Hello, good to be here again. Once again this evening or this afternoon, day. I don't know where you're joining us from, but wherever you are joining us from, I hope things are well with you today. We are having the second part of this show this starting right away, and I promise it's going to be a very interesting time. Of course, those of you who have watched the first one that was held by my Oga at the top, Dr. Rudolph, you must have enjoyed the discussion. I did, and I learned a lot. And we are only going to just, um, you know, push a little bit for those of you who have objections or observations or have something else to say who couldn't have the opportunity to say it. This is your time. Come and lay it straight and without any fear or favor. But we do not allow people to insult. Come, say what you want to say. Your ideas are welcome. Your thoughts are good. They are your opinion. They are your opinion, and therefore you are entitled to have them. So, if you are ready, let us move in this direction. Okay, sorry for that mix-up. It wasn't. It was doing me wayo. Okay, but I've taken care of the wayo now. So let's go on. Earlier we had the brilliant doctor, Dr. Fidelis, who had been, practicing for many years, and who is, you can say he's an Ichie right now in Igbo language. Ichie simply means he has practiced his craft to the point that, and his position also in Igbo land, to the point that we cannot call him an Alhaji if he was from the north. Alhaji, the Igbo say Alhaji Abukwa wanted Alausa. So Alhaji is not a small picking in Hausa land. You don't see anybody who is 10 years old or 20 that is called Alhaji. So for us, once you take the title of Alhaji, we know that your position has gone up. So we can confidently say that Dr. Fidelis have come to the point where we can regard him as somebody who has something to offer in any part of the world. It doesn't matter where he is. And he has totally distinguished himself in many ways that I think are very admirable. He doesn't travel alone, not him and his wife alone, not him and his children alone, but him, his children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren probably. Okay, and they are all there, all to be able to, build a family. And something very important, which I really respect him for. The family is a subset of society. Why our societies are going, the way it's going now, because some of us have failed to be able to raise our own children to respect life, to respect elders, to respect how, to be good, love your neighbor as you want your neighbor to love you. Do to your neighbor as you want them to do to you. When we are grown up, this were the focal points of what our parents tell us. In fact, he said something that my father used to tell me. He said, don't undress yourself from outside when you have dressed inside. So you are taught to wear your singlet, you are taught to put on your tie, you are taught to come back the way you left the house, come back that way. Don't go out and go and undress, remove your tie or something. Except, of course, when we became 18, we had to adjust ourselves. You can now, still learn the new style that came with America, where you now have to put your tie and maybe fold the hands in the sleeve to the point, to your elbow, to show that now you have arrived. You understand what I'm saying? But if not, we were taught those way of being brought up, and people respected it. everybody follow that direction. Unfortunately, we are in a society right now where people just do whatever they want to do and they don't care how it affects the other person. And so we need to go back to that place where we have respect for other human beings like ourselves. All right, so that I don't waste too much time because this is a hot issue. I hope that I stay humble is coming back, and Ovie and all the people who have great listen. I saw Masca some seconds ago. Please come back on. I have videos, but I'm not going to introduce it right now. We need to deal with this issue before we forget what we want to say. I welcome you, Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, I see Igbo basics, but I don't see him. I only see. So if you want me to bring you in, those of you who are here who don't have your videos on, please put your videos on so I can bring you onto the platform. Okay, and the question I had for him, and where I probably would have had quarrel with, the good doctor is this. He said about the Igbo landing that he would not want to, you know, put capability where capability is culpable according to lawyers. No, I want you to put capability where it is. It's Igbos, and they chose not to be slaves. There's no tribal, undertone to it. They held their hands. I have followed that story for a while, and they said to themselves, "We would rather not die, no, not live, than to be slaves." And they walked into that ocean by themselves and drowned till this day. Up until this day, those who go there and they come and tell you very chilling stories, they can still hear the sound, the whispers of sound whenever you get there. It is still there till tomorrow. So it wasn't done by other people. We respect every other tribe, but let's say it the way it is. I'm one person who have come to the point where I no longer, say, try to put water in my mouth when I'm talking about this thing, because that's what has brought us to where we are. We cannot continue to be apologetic for what we have been able to do or what our forefathers have been able to achieve. We'll have to say it the way it is. We'll put it on the spot. Emma, if you are put these days, when you take pictures and you place it on the social media, they will give you the geolocation of where you took the picture. That's what we are saying now. So that was a act of bravery which America celebrates today about the Igbos. And there's nothing to say it's a black man. Every black man have, all black men have a way of showing strength in different ways. I lived in Benin for long. The T people have a very, very interesting story that shows act of bravery. And I believe every other set of Nigeria, but we are saying in this particular one, it is in the Igbo that held their hands together and say, we will not be slaves. And that spirit still runs in Igbo land today. That's why we do not have, if you want to know why we don't have people who call themselves kings in Igbo land, that's because we don't believe anybody is a king. All of us are kings in our house. When we come together, we now become a people, not one person dictating what happens. And so, anyway, I welcome you, my brother Chris, and I welcome Stay Humble. Let's get this discussion going. Mr. Chris, you were very impressed. I want to find out, what part of that were you impressed with? Is it all of it, part of it, middle of it, or what?
Well, I'm impressed by everything his presentations, First, I must, like I said, he's the first Igbo intellectual that I reckon with. Not because of only he knows his roots, but he also made practical efforts to sustain, to have continuity, Now, I also want the only aspect of it, like I said, I asked him is like, when it comes to having the Igbo traditional medicine, research on Igbo traditional medicine, where he said he has done some work on it, though. I haven't read about it, but, that's where, when he says that some of those things are dying and then, because are lost, and then, which is true. So I was thinking, like, that's why, like, I pressed him whether he will be part or part of those who will make efforts to research more on those aspects that are lost or that are being lost, to see how they could be, because I believe that people develop from their culture. There's this saying in Igbo land that if we teach our people, like I keep on saying, the difference between us Africans and the Asians is that the Asians often been colonized, went back to their roots, their culture, and combined the Western education and with their own culture, and then developed their own system of education. But in our own case, we simply embraced the Western culture, in Western education, and abandoned our own completely. Now, it takes us time to get the knowledge of English or French or German to be able to understand first how to make sentences, then to be able to understand the research methodologies, to be able to understand certain educational processes. So that in itself is an additional burden, something we could teach our people based on our own environment. So the person who is taught within his own environment, who learns from his own environment, is likely to understand what he's taught than those who imagine from a foreign environment and then try to cram. So this is the reason why you see that people cram a lot when it comes to education in Nigeria and probably in Africa. But if, for instance, I will keep giving you this one example. If you take, the listing you get from palm fruit, the punch, we call it agrega, agrega. If you remove the fruits, the fruits, and then you burn it, what you get there is the ashes. In that ashes, you get something like potassium. Okay? You can use it to make soap. But when you now start teaching somebody about what you can use to make soap he will be imagining. Say, okay, sodium hydroxide, sodium, potassium, all those kind of things. Then you can have to do this and get esters and all that. So he doesn't really understand those. But if you tell him, get this ashes, put it in a highly boiled oil, you get soup. He will understand it quickly. It's very practical. So that's why I said, so that is why, in my own opinion, if it's not only that he decided to get Western education, but he also introducing the institution himself and the children into the culture of the society where he comes from. So those things are very relevant in the children and sustaining the Igbo culture and Igbo education and everything. So that's why I'm interested. Thank you.
Can you hear the sound? I don't know where it's coming from.
I
Somebody's
don't
phone.
know. Somebody was trying to link me, so just.
Okay. Are you good now? All right, stay humble. Oh, wait for. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Good evening. I joined a bit late because I had some family conversations to iron out. Um, I joined when he was just rounding off, and then when the questions started coming to him, I read a bit about him. I read his profile, and I was impressed by how far he's gone. In fact, some years ago, he was appointed a professor, which is a very, very significant achievement in life. So, in terms of medicine, medical practice is accomplished, going by his profile. And, you know, but of course, when he started dealing with some of the questions that were posed to him, um, I discovered that there were few loopholes that I needed to explore more to get um, more of his thoughts. And of course, before I started, I signposted. I told him that, look, I was going to take a different turn because I am not afraid. Will never be afraid to ask difficult questions. Will never be afraid to have different thoughts, and would never be afraid to propose a different line from what the multitude is following. And of course, my questions to him were clear. They were not abusive in any way. Of course, as a civil person, yeah, I will never, be abusive to anybody. I asked him, you know, if he had any affiliation with any organization or any non-governmental organization, any body, any country, um, because we've seen in recent times how things have panned out in Nigeria, how some entities have come up with some of these cultural that, and from there they begin to distract people, especially the younger generation, from the issues ahead of them. So I wanted to know that if there was any affiliation, which really got him mad. But he handled it with equanimity, which I appreciate. The other side talks, the other people that were abusing me, I would not join issues with anybody. Because if I join issues with anybody, it will be going down to their level, which I will not do. If he was affiliated with anybody. And of course, when he was talking about I know that when it comes to issues of religion, that people are usually irked when their religious affiliations and leanings are mentioned, especially in the light that they do not appreciate. And then when he was asked about the role of the Roman Catholic Church at some point in history, and some unsavory things that they did, he just glossed over it and said, "Oh, that it wasn't during his time." But he went on to praise the likes of Bishop Shanahan. He went on to shower encomiums on a lot of people, but distanced himself from the negative part, which I saw as somewhat hypocritical. Because even where I come from in Anambra State, I know that when you become born again at some point, in fact, in some communities, they will bring you out in the community and flog you because they will say you've gone mad. One gentleman called the Osewekan asked me to show proof. Do you need proof? Just go to any community and say that everybody, uh, if you're an Igbo person, you know this. If you're an Igbo person, you know this. Even in the days when there was this rivalry between the Siemens people and the Catholic people, if you grew up in Igbo land, you know all these things. So that was where I had issue with his submission, that he was trying to distance himself from that part of history, but at the same time showering praises on some past Catholic missionaries for all the good things that they did forgetting the fact that it still exists, that there is severe persecution of people who do not adhere to the Catholic faith in several communities in Anambra State. This is fact. But it did not go down well with some people because they are used to being OES members. That is not me.
Okay. Can I?
The other part that got a little bit controversial, which Dr. Damages did not give me time to round.
Yes.
When he mentioned about him coming to Nigeria, trying these sort of human capital development and all those things, I thought my position about immigration is that immigration is part of neocolonization, is part of imperialism, and we are all guilty of that. It's still like modern slave trade part of. They take the best people, of which he is among, and of which you and I are among. We go slave for them, use the better part of our life and work so that they draw us out so that we cannot actually make a change in that continent where they exploit all the resources. So that when we become old, we now crawl back and say, oh, we are at that point. If I stay here and I get to 50, 60, what will I do again, for crying out loud, to change the thing? So that was my point.
Thank you.
And when you look at, if you allow me to land, because
go ahead.
Some people
go ahead.
Misinterpret. Yeah. So if you come to our communities, even in Igbo land, you go to several communities and you see a lot of things, projects, a lot of some pseudo infrastructure going on, but little of human capital development, little of youth empowerment, little of investment in education, really. Little of investment in education. If you know this guy, Alex Onya, you know that he's come up with a lot of things recently, and we've not really seen this enthusiasm among people of that generation to partner with him, to actually rescue to start turning things around, to empower our people. So that is lacking. And I didn't hear him in all his submissions speak to that or what he's done in that regard. In terms of medicine, he's accomplished. But in terms of human capital development, that was where I wanted him to address certain things.
Okay. Thank you. I agree with you to an extent. Let's go from, and I'm going to speak because what you just said is true. In Igbo land, you don't need to go far to see the examples. Even from our own village, those churches are not Roman Catholic church, are not regarded as churches. In fact, one of them, the Apostolic Church, used to call it, the nickname for it is the Ngololo. Ngololo simply means people who hit bottle. So it's not regarded as you are going to a proper church. If you are not going to Catholic church, yes, even the Assemblies of God's church in my village struggled to get acceptance. And then Methodist was the one that was accepted because somehow certain were a bit like the Catholic church. But to say there are very good examples that one can lay hands to, especially in Igbo land. I say especially in Igbo land because we know. Again, I'm not one of those Christians who don't know my history. I know the history of Christianity, and that's why I can stand and argue with anybody that Christianity is not a white man's religion. And Europe didn't give us Christianity. They may draw their own Jesus, that's their business. But we know what we are following, and so we know. And yes, also about the Catholic Church, the history, secular history, describe the time the Catholics were in charge as the Dark Ages. It's not because the Catholic didn't do anything good, but also they did some things wrong, which they did not recognize at that time. However, some of those things have been corrected now, we're not holding them accountable to it. We are simply saying those are things that history has recorded and have kept aside. We cannot say we didn't know. We cannot say, because I mean, if you're a Roman Catholic, as why when I was there it was called Roman Catholic, not Catholic. So you would have known some of these things if you went far in, in the Catholic Church, as some of us went. The reason why I left was because my uncle said some of the questions I asked, it's not something I should ask. It means that I have some form of, things wrong with me. Why should I be asking all these questions that are, So the questions I was asking was questions that I felt as a child that I needed, answers to, which they didn't provide. However, I think where the man got, and I think this is where you rub your wrong when you say who is bankrolling you. That term is what he doesn't agree with.
Yeah.
Now, if you had said, how do you go about your finances?
Mhm.
You're in a better position to get the answer you need. But who is bankrolling look as if you are attacking, look tacky. It's like you
Yeah.
are attacking his personality and all that. And I think he thinks, and I think he also
And they
has
cannot.
enough dues to be able to have money to do his research without having to necessarily go elsewhere. So I think that's the framing that was the problem, not because nothing. He's a very free-minded person, somebody who will travel with his sons, their husband or their wives, and travel with his grandchildren and all that. He has to be a very patient man to do that. Not everybody can handle that large crowd at this age. So I think I understand where you're coming from. I also understand where it's coming from. Our own is to make sure that the conversation is flowing in a peaceable way. That's just what we're here for. I don't know if Igbo Basics, you agree with me.
Yeah. Stay humble. Lots of time it's not what you say, it's how it is said. Just like KJ has, because when you say who's bankrolling, we know where you're coming from. Who's bankrolling you? Meaning that Bill Gates, for instance, I'm going to be very blunt. If Bill Gates behind you, or if any other foundation is behind you, putting money to whatever you're doing, then they are dictating. This is with even they are extracting what they want to extract, or they are putting into. When you were asking that question, I'm like, okay, this man. Look at the man himself. Look at what he said. Look at who he is. Like I said, what brought me into the show was when he said he came to the US in 1977. Turns out to be August 1977. I came to the US January, cold January 1977. Many waters have passed under the bridge since then, however many years it is now. But I can assure you one thing, I am more in the village than I am here in the US. I'm talking about as a matter of constant. And I can prove it in so many ways. The man tried to say it that his soul is left behind, Joseph, where he came from. And I would even cross-reference you with people like Dr. Charles Apoki. I think Dr. Charles Apoki is from Western Nigeria. He grew up in Aba. And if you have ever followed the man, Charles Apoki, you'll find out that there are some fundamentals in people like us. What am I trying to say? Stay humble. You are one of those people that I would love to have an opportunity to meet with, even in your own village. Not to talk about my own village. Because if I meet you there, and if what exists in Ibere is what exists in Agwata, or some of it will exist, I could be the one telling you, if you have biro, I beg, write them down. And if you want doubt, if you touch this leaf, this is what is going to happen to you. Why am I saying so? Because I lived it. When you live through something, it's a knowledge that is not even acquired. It's a knowledge that becomes a part of you. So when we have the privilege of meeting people like that, who have been successful in their own field, let us do the best we can to humbly find a way to get from them what we can get. I'm seeing you now, you are seeing me, I'm talking to you. But I can assure you that if you have an opportunity to see me, either in your village or in my village or anywhere, I mentioned that I took some Yoruba people to a farm yesterday. here in New Jersey. It's called Harlock Farms in New Egypt, because I've been there several times. Where I go, I pick what I want, and up to tomorrow, I cook for myself exactly what I want, so I know what I'm eating. Even at your age, if me and you will enter bush now and say, okay, make we go, you'll be shocked that by the time we get to the top of the hill, you'll be breathing so hard. Well, I'm already there, or we're going downhill. Why is this so? It is the foundational character that is laid in us when we are growing up. I happen to have been born way back around 1954. Check how many years it is. And I'm thankful to God that I'm able to today sit with you and even have a knowledge of computer and have a knowledge of cell phone. I was born in Banakwaya. Somebody may say that is historical. But listen to some of us while we are still here, because sooner or later, some of us will go. And when we go, you say, oh, that man. I started publishing biophysics in 1995. 1995. And that's been years of work for whoever cares to learn from it. We finally put it up online, biophysics.com, to the best we can. And I would give you one small advice, the thing that you know yourself. My brother, if I take you into the bush and show you what your parents or your grandparents have left behind for you, when you look at the Igbo man, you're going to look at him differently. They talk about manure, for instance. They say what we call afiawolowo, compost. KJ maybe know that. We used to call it afiawolowo because it was Awolowo that they say that brought in a helicopter and then spread all those. Those leaves were so strong that they would eat up anything. They will overtake anything. It's in our village, in the schools. We started using them to make compost manure or something like that. And now, if I take you into the bush and I say, you see this palm tree? I'm not a palm one, raffia palm, not the regular palm, not the regular palm tree that you see, raffia palm. And I will say to you, you see that in there? That is what you make gunpowder out of. How do you do it? I say, okay, come, make I show you, man. If you do this and do this and do this, this is what you get. That is the knowledge that some of us are going away with. If you don't ask for it, you will not get it. When I go to the village, citizen, you may wonder what it is. That is out of what is called Oba tree. The one that when it makes it sound, it sends its seeds to so many places. There's a place called Astrominal in New York. I used to do exhibitions at World Trade Center in New Orleans. 1989 was the last time I did exhibition. I used to bring African products from Nigerian rubber to name it. I used to do all that. So I'm saying that the practical life that we've lived, even having been in the US for as long and then gone back there, now people are talking about EDG Festival, New Yam Festival. I have been at it with the people in my village. And I'm saying, what is wrong with you people? You no longer go and sow your seed crops so that in August you can go and dig out. And you want to realize, hello, did you call NEG and you want to mail EDG? No, you did not call NEG. And you expect to go to a Koha market or Ariaria or Chanja and buy yam and come and traditionally say you are doing it. Come on now, that's not the way it's done. So I'm reminding them that if you have to perform certain things, it has to be yam from the soil, not the one you went and bought from the market to come and put up. So my dear brother, it is okay that we have the opportunity to talk the way we talk here. And it's okay we talk about Igbo landing. It's okay that we talk about so many other things. Sometimes I sit back and say, did we invest our time wrongly? Our youthful time wrongly? There was a time that publications like Igbo Basics was so ubiquitous that if it's in London, wherever it happens in Igbo, we are there. We were always there. And even as it stands today, I can assure you that our videographers on ground go to places that me and you may not go. What am I saying? Stay humble. That's what is called an underground railroad. I keep referring to it for anybody who wants to learn. Not be everything where would they talk here. All these people, the wind has ears. The little that is left of what we know. I'll give you one instance because I talked about the artifacts. The church will come, they'll collect, they'll tell you this is so bad. Don't do this, don't do that. But they are not telling you that that's the secret from which they are making certain things. Yet you are looking at it ordinarily because you didn't understand. That was one of the statements I made. Yes, bad things were done. One of my eldest brothers was born twins, but one died. It was called Friday. That my brother's name is John. Okay. There's a place we call Agwafia. I didn't witness when kids were thrown away there, but that was the story that happened in those days. So as it stands now, my prayer is very simple. For some of the things that we were unable to document from our grandfathers, if you have a chance in your own village, whenever you go to the village, go, find out, document it. If I'm giving you an instance when I say we lived through it, I'm a hunter. And when I go to the bush to hunt, I know the difference between any leaf that you run into. One that you can touch and you become disoriented. If I tell you, say, see what thing will happen to you, if you want, make you go try them. And what will happen to you will happen to you. But you'll be lucky because there is somebody with you that can guide you out. Those are the things that are secrets of the bush. Any day, any time. I went to the stream to dig fish in the stream. And I had a machete. And I was digging the hole to get the fish. And the machete cut right through here in my hand. As it did, panic as I may, but because I knew what to do, all I did was look around, grab some particular type of leaf that was in the riverside. It still exists up to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Slapped on it, tied it up, and that blood gushing stopped. That's a part of that knowledge that is not bought in the marketplace.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. You have just
we are still here to give it.
You have just laid it. That leaf you're talking about, I think I remember it because just like you said, one of my uncles is going to be with the Lord now. He's a hunter too. He told me a lot of things. He even told me that no hunter will ever tell you all that he sees in the middle of the night.
No.
Because if he never get into the bush, not in the whole lifetime. So he showed me a particular leaf that if I have a blood, I mistakenly injured myself in the bush, he called the name. He says ahegbe or something like that. You cut it, squeeze it. It produces green kind of liquid.
Yep.
You put it over it, and then it stops the blood flowing immediately, and then you can be able to tie it up and then go get treatment. So it serves as first aid for those of them who hunt in the bush. Having said that, a lot of what Igbo Basic have said is correct, and we are all learning, and this is a learning time. I will come to you very soon, but I want
even before you go, KJ, permit me for 1 second. There is a specific type of yam. We call it Bema Babara. Give me the wall, I'll carry the wall. In my village. Some of them are still there. I went and I took some of those yam and somehow I brought it into the United States. I planted it into my front yard and it started blooming. And my reason was I was going to try to go find out what is it that is in this yam that will make somebody become so strong that you want to carry the wall. But all of a sudden, I come one day and both cold or the leaves, the things from here, just ate it and I saw it die. So it pained me because it took me some very serious effort to bring that forbidden yam. And then, so next time I do that, I'm going to try to take it to a lab where it can be, preserved and it can survive because I want to know what is in it. My work today
And
nothing. But
I'm not cutting you, basic. In Igbo land, for those who have diabetes, there's a particular yam that helps you, doesn't carry any of those things. You boil it, you eat it, and it's healthy for you. It does not carry sugar, carbohydrate and all that. It just acts as roughage, but it's yam. It's there.
okay.
So things are there available. But you see, one of the things I even thought I was going to have quarrel with the doctor is he took his children and he put them in the Mongo masquerade this thing. But he's refusing to accept that there's a local listings that, because most
Ritual.
doctors will not they don't want to accept that these things exist. But they exist, and they exist. So how were people being preserved when they die in those days? That
It's
I
Egungun,
have an uncle who they say
masquerade.
yes, and sit him on the chair and did all the this thing before they even let him to rest. So all those people, how were they able to preserve? Not with the modern medicine. So there are some
Yeah.
form of medicine that goes on. I'm coming to you, sir. That goes on in our community that the modern people have refused to accept that exists. People like Stay Humble, who are in the medical, who have all the big grammar. They don't want us to know that these things exist. But let's hear this man before I come to Mr. Michael.
Oh, different from blue, blabber.
Okay, so since we are going to a town hall very soon, I just wanted to get you guys ready because Osun State became a different thing by this morning. But let's hear you, Mr. Michael, concerning our dear doctor who was with us here.
Oh, okay. Thank you, KJ, for moderating, and greetings to all the panelists today. Mr. Igbo Basics, I salute you, I respect you because you bring a lot of knowledge and wisdom to this platform. Anytime you speak out of what you know, it's not what you what you're making up of. KJ, I need to disagree with you with one fact about this religion, and I'm with Polly to you. Because for the Pope to come to confess and apologize for slavery, that's what Roman Catholic has done. There's no religion that is 100% perfect. And that's why sometimes when Stay Humble comes
Which way are you disagree with me now? Because I never said they did anything.
I disagree with you with a lot of fact about Roman Catholic, that everything was rosy and everything they did was right.
I didn't say that. Well, Stay Humble did not say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm one of one of the people who criticize them for many. I even went ahead to say that history described the time they were in charge of the world as very dark ages. Well, it's in the history book.
But there's a lot of atrocity that was committed.
And still being committed. These churches are run by human beings. They're not saints.
Of course. That's the fact. And that's why, and I need to put this question to both of you, Igbo Basic. Because I'm from Yoruba, when they do this masquerade, they go for ritual.
Okay.
Before you put on that thing to wear, I don't know how they modernize it these days, or I don't know, because masquerade itself, it comes from what we call ancestral. That's your ancestor have come back to life to speak. Because in my own Yoruba, especially where I come from, we have our own masquerade. But our masquerade doesn't go outside to dance to solicit for money. He just come in. I know he's an old person that is in it. Just wear it, but they have to perform ritual and sit in the middle, and they start incarnation. And every time you go there, you prostrate, and they start greeting you with your own kind of name and all that thing. That's what it is. It's a cultural aspect that I need to know that in Igbo land, what is the difference from the masquerade that we have in the Yoruba? Because when they do this, they need to perform some ritual before they go ahead. So I need you guys to answer me, how does that, in terms of religion and in terms of presenting itself to the public, what do they do before coming outside?
All right, KJ.
Yes.
Let me, for the benefit of those who are listening, a masquerade in Yoruba land, a masquerade in Igbo land, that's a masquerade. behind it, there are certain things that they do,
Yeah.
which is the secrets of the masquerade. And when they follow those rules, they will come out in flying colors. But once they go against those rules, there's a masquerade we used to call it Ekwalebat in Aba in those days. When that one shows up, it's a crazy masquerade. So the fundamentals, as far as masquerading is concerned, my brother, even if I try to dare cross-reference in terms of beauty of these days, be careful what you ask for. I'm going to say directly to all of us, men, for instance, if you keep yourself holy, if you haven't seen a woman and you are prayerful in certain ways, or if you are fasting, this has nothing to do whether you be Catholic or you be anything else. I'm talking about you as an individual. You're guiding yourself for your own sake. You will find out that you'll be able to make miracles. When they say keep your ears to the ground and your eyes wide open, if you listen carefully on the ground, you will hear the footsteps of the ants. Why are you hearing the footsteps of the ants? Because first and foremost, when Jesus, for instance, they say he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights or whatever, the man was going through whatever he was going through. We as humans, you as an individual, try it. Go into prayer mode. Prayer mode doesn't necessarily mean because his church says so. I'm saying it's you as an individual, you're trying to guide yourself. Believe me, in a day or two or three that you've been constantly trying because you want to accomplish something, you are trying to focus. In a day 2 or 3, you will be pure enough. If you last for 1 week, you'll be pure enough that you are capable of walking through certain things because you are focused, because you've guided yourself, because your spirit is pure. All those other things when you come to masquerade. A woman is a masquerade, okay? If you chase them, they chase them. If come out in masquerade, you don't see the masquerade, right? All that you have been pursuing, I could see waiting there for inside that masquerade.
Yeah.
You've seen it, right? Same 10 and 10 pennies. Just different performance of masquerade. So for the younger ones, I will always refer back to some of the basic life experience. I've said it on this forum before. The rituals that there are places that women are not supposed to enter. That is the secret behind that thing.
Let me jump in here because that happened recently in Ibadan. They have this masquerade called Ololu, and it came out. And this young lady, you know, this young Gen Z, and just took out a video or what do you call a phone, start recording. I don't know if you see it on YouTube. She has to go through some of kind of thing to wear off because they say a woman's not supposed to see or to do anything. So I mean, to me, it's like, do we need to modernize our culture?
No, we don't.
To be acceptable?
No, we don't.
Or do we keep still, our basic form of who we are? That is originality. That is kind of antagonized to the new generation because they do not understand. Or we, the older folks, needs to sit down to explain to them because that young lady does not understand the implication of what she did in terms of that aspect of our culture. She just thinks it's a joke and she go out there and I don't know. Go ahead. KJ, you can add to it.
Is that myth? Is that fear? When they say Okonko, when they say Ako, when they say this behind there. Okay, let me take it to a modern thing. There's a man named Santana Soap and Cosmetic Industry. We are going to publicize him. we brought a young lady from the University of Calabar, and we went to visit with him because we wanted a contract from him. What happened is, in the place where he makes his soap, you'll be hearing bigidim, bigidim, bigidim. But people are not allowed to come and see because you don't know exactly what is going on there. Okay? That is the same thing that in a printer shop, for instance, you'll be hearing machines roaring. You are the customer. You can find it on the net, so that's your business. But it doesn't bring you into the machine area unless it so desires to show you how the wheels turn, all the things that it do in order to give you the printed copy. So the earlier that our people understand that if you respect the grounds, if you like, for those who went into rosicrucian amok and all the rest of all the boni and whatever you may call it, there are rules to every engagement.
Yeah.
And if you try, go carry this aqua egg, carry egg, go to the crossroads, do certain things or whatever you want to tell you. If you don't know what you're doing,
it won't work.
Whatever result you come out with is what you see. I have said it time and again that we all come with our own God-given characteristics, blessings, or whatever you may call it. You have your own, I have my own. Everybody have their own key. If you respect yourself and respect your key, the things, your eyes will be so wide open that will be so sharp. But if you go Panlogo or go some bottles or go to Church Omenuku or go to whatever you may call it, whatever results you get is what you see. But I believe that in the end, to those of us who are culturally oriented, we will go back to basics. And what is the basics we are going back to? Personally, I will not be buried in America, for instance. That's a given. The family knows that, no matter what it is. I will be returned back to my village, or whatever belief that we all may have. You can see some masquerades. Even in businesses, we start documenting certain things. You see a masquerade that is on fire. The masquerade is on fire. And in the end, the same masquerade, by the time it goes down, you see a human being come out of it and walk through. Don't you know that what happened there is the same mystery? Just like even any of the world powers will not give you the secret of what they are using to make their munitions. They will not. Meanwhile, some of those things, like what I was speaking earlier, just go to raffia palm, for instance, study it from beginning to the end, find out what each and every part of it does. If you are lucky for somebody to take you through the process, you will come out with a better knowledge. There was a man named Radio Mbise, when he first came to the US. Osondo was running for his dear life. He's late now. He came here to this place I am. Sat down. I guided him through, showed you some things. That's the same person that was being chased out of Nigeria because they said that he was Radio Biafra. For them to find out where the hell. That man was later on invited to the White House. It was George Bush era because of certain things he invented, both on fire prevention and all the rest of all these things. So we have talent. And as far as the mystery of all these things are concerned, if you respect the mystery of the land, you will come safe. But if you want to go and challenge it, what happened to me at the river may happen to you. What do I mean by what happened at the river? I went to Mboba River, Mboba Stream, several years ago. Young men were around there, kids and all whatnot. When I dived in, I brought out a piece of stone. And this stone was something that I have never seen in my life. It was so crafted. It was so crafted. And I said, wow, I'm going to take this home. Anything I talk about, I write. If you want, go and challenge it. Do you know what happened? The young men in that stream, there's a day, in other words, elder. No, you are not leaving this place with that stone. I said, but why? They say, nah, leave it alone. Just leave it alone. I tried to dig deeper. These young men, they try to get aggressive, okay? And you know what happens in a team. It doesn't matter who you are. If you go against, those may be Umuabara. If you don't know what Umuabara are, if you try to go against it, then you will find out, but because you have wisdom, you say, okay, no problem. They took it and put it right back into the river. I said, leave it alone. This is the reason why we say you should leave it alone from a particular spot. So I left. I wish I could go back there and dive in and feel a way to retrieve that thing that I saw there. So let us all do realize, I just said to you, masquerade in Yoruba land is something as masquerade in Igbo land.
Yeah.
They just follow different routes.
Yeah.
You go to church, they do communion. I talked about communion earlier on today and why I look at it differently as a result of Chukwu being flogged from one class to the other in Jos, 1962.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Igbo Basics. Let me also add that, you see, in my community, and you asked a very pertinent question, the masquerade society is almost the same thing. But if you are going to connect with the ancestral spirits, and I speak this because I'm a Christian and I know how spirits operate, at least I have some fair understanding. The worst kind of swearing in my community is the one that they do with the drum, the ancestral drum. It does not have cure. Now, if there's a situation in the community they cannot handle, and they bring out ancestral drums, some of those drums are more than 100 years, 200 years old.
Yeah.
And now they make a decree and they hit that drum. If they give the person who is whatever they are putting that decree on 4 days, within that 4 days, the person doesn't return. And once that 4 days is gone, there's no turning back. It doesn't have a turn back. So, in other words, the people still reserve, the ancestral people built a society in such a way that they have the authority to be able to bring justice to a situation that is very difficult. Now, I read theater arts as my first degree. One of the things that we did in masquerade study is the fact that the moment those masquerade, some of those masquerade regalia, as we call them now, costumes, has been older than 200 years old.
Yes, it is. That's what I'm
Some
saying.
of them existing since the people settled that land. And every time a man, a living man, wears that thing upon himself, he brings to action those spirits of that 200 years ago.
Yep.
In my place, there's a particular masquerade that is very dangerous. I don't know because I'm not a member of the masquerade society. I don't. It doesn't go. I didn't agree with it. Like I said, I don't want to go into any ritual apart from the ritual that I know that I've gone with my Lord Jesus Christ, personal Lord and Savior, cure easy. So, but what I'm saying is, those who are in it, I don't know what they go through, but they whatever they go through, this particular one, once it's coming to dance, they want all the children, they want all the mothers to hold their children because it behaves as abnormally. And why does it behave abnormally? Is because it has so many incantation and enchantment on that regalia that most of the time the people who wear it do not even know what they are doing. But it has a very sharp knife. So, and for you to know that the knife is very sharp is if it goes around your banana plantation, everything goes down. It doesn't even have to lift the knife up. It just puts the knife straight and it's walking through. Every banana tree is coming down. So because of that, it is believed that the spirit of the ancestors, they always arise and come and play in that time. It's called an interaction between the living and the dead.
And the dead. I know.
So that is the society that we are made up of, Africans. And so when people who come, I know there was a question that somebody asked, how come these people come and carry away our gods and go and keep in their
Museum.
yeah. You see, we were told, and I'm not somebody who's I'm not going to glorify the devil in any which way, but I'm saying that those things, just like he explained also, we have hierarchies of chi in Igbo land. Your personal God, which is like your guardian angel, is represented as Chimadu, okay? In Chionye, everybody has their own personal spiritual guide, which is like a guardian angel. We also have a more higher to the point of getting to Chineke, the creator. Now, what our people fail to know, and when I came to the US, I said to myself, are these people crazy? You mean I'll leave Africa where you didn't allow me to do my masquerade dance, and I come here, you say I should celebrate Halloween? Am I crazy? People know what you're even playing with. People are doing this because they don't know the implication. Come and try it now, because when I don't take all this evil finish in our ancestors. Go and try where people's ancestors are alive. You will see what thing will happen. So I don't partake, neither do I allow my children or my family to partake in those kind of these things, because for us, it's something that they are using it as their own drama, but we know that these things come alive and we have seen it in our own society. Africa, or as you call it, I want to call the real name of Africa. It's not the same thing as Europe. Okay, we are totally operating at a different spiritual realm. This is my own opinion. Somebody may disagree with me, but we are operating at a very different spiritual realm. And if not because of that, I think that many African people and African nations would have been extinct.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have some form of spiritual guidance different from what they are able to understand, that is why tomorrow, no matter what the plan is, no matter whatever, God has a way of finding us and still keeping. Because when the COVID thing came, they thought that, in fact, some of them wrote a very long, lengthy paper, hoping that people will be falling down like flies. But God shamed them, So this is my own explanation. I still till today believe that the way we are brought up in Africa is much better than any other place. Well, any other. You see, some women accuse African men of not being romantic, not being this, but hey, listen, how many people strangle their wives in Africa? How many? How many people go ahead and go get Obunigwe to send them out in their houses? It doesn't happen. Okay? But you people who have Hollywood, where you write, the woman in red and all the love stories, they fight on herself. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just to say that, well, this is, I think Africa, and I stand to be corrected. I still believe that my son, my children will be brought up in that tradition, to have respect, to understand spirituality, and understand there is something beyond, the physical, which we all see. The spirit controls the physical, and a man lives in the body, has a spirit, and have a soul, and so that 3 dimension will continually always exist. Even in Africa, it tells that it exists. The Bible says somewhere, don't remove the ancient landmark. There are three Igbo people here. You know that if you go to your ancestral land where they give you people farms, you cannot move that divide they've used to divide the farm. If you shift it, you're just shifted decide to kill yourself for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody moves it.
Yeah, it happens everywhere. Yeah, it happens in the Yoruba land too.
Nobody moves it. You can decide to take stay humble, oh no, but you cannot move that. You can say his land belongs to you, but for you to go in the night or at any time and go and say, okay, he has 100 hectares, 100 hectares, let me move it to 50, and put no, you just signed something that will not be. In fact, generations will suffer it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just it. Well, I don't know. Stay humble. Are you still with us? Yes. Or Mr. Mike, you want to continue in your?
Yeah, I mean, I will hope that with our platform, we were able to transfer and then teach the younger generation. Because for me, the fact that I found that these generations, they are much curious than we were. Because people basically will testify, when we were growing up, how dare you, and then KJ will know, you ask your father, your mother a question. You know what that means. But this generation, the curiosity is there. They ask question and they want answer. So a lot of time when I see the younger generation come on this platform, they ask questions. They may not ask it in an appropriately way that we assume to be. But to us is for us to be humble enough to understand and then be able to give them as much answer as possible that can move them forward. Because what I realize is that if we continue like this, Africa will disappear. Because number one, our language is going to be obsolete, and it's coming. Because when you go to Nigeria, because we all grew up knowing that, because that is, like you say, has been our generation. Because you guys know when we were growing up in school, vernacular. What is vernacular? You can't speak your you can't speak your that you get punished for speaking your language in school.
Yep.
Which is very, very important. So we see that happens a lot. So for me, it's like, because I tell a lot of people, my wife, she's not a Nigerian, she's West Indian, but as a fellow, as an African man or as a Nigerian man, I failed to teach my children the language. I never realized that bilingual is an advantage of knowledge. If especially you can speak 2 or 3 languages, it's fundamentally part of the brain that advance that enable you to. So that's, to me, it's like, I'm not ashamed to say the fact that as a fellow, as a man, yes, I did teach my children the language, which is so critical to transform from this generation to another generation. Because once we start losing our lingua franca, that's it. We are no longer in existence. Because language itself comprises of everything, the food and everything we do, culturally, everything. Because within the language, because when I speak to my children, certain way that we do things, I wish I can speak to them in my Yoruba language, because that will make them to understand better. But when I speak it in English, it doesn't translate fully. Yeah, yes, it doesn't translate. It doesn't give you that deep meaning. Yeah. That when you speak it in your native language, it gives meaning to it. So when I speak to my children, and I say, it's just like, So that's one thing I'm looking at for us to be on this, especially the platform that we have. It's an opportunity for us to do better, to enable to embrace the younger generation coming, and then for us to show them. I mean, we are not going to be 100% for them to accept what we say, but how can we explain it in terms of in the way that they will understand and comprehend and move forward?
Here is one way, Mr. Mike. Here's one way. I'm going to zone in on individual and a family. In a family, there's a firstborn.
Yeah.
Maybe female, maybe male. And there is a lastborn. Yeah. And there are also people who have only one child. I happen to be privileged to be the last child out of 6. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this almost translates to every family. As a lastborn, you come with certain characteristics which makes you a bridge between the past, the present, and the future. This can happen in your family or any family. As a firstborn, you come with certain blessings.
Yeah.
As a trailblazer, the things that your younger ones, I'm not saying it cannot happen or may not be able to do. You're able to do boldly because that's the blessings that you were given and you are moving forward. And if I come back down into the same family unit we're talking about, in my own part of the Igbo land, They bring a chicken. They kill the chicken. When they're sharing it, the leg belongs to a particular child. The head belongs to a particular child. For whatever reason, our forefathers, in their own wisdom, lay down that rule, those rules. If you follow it, there will be peace.
Mm-hmm.
But if you now, because you are stronger than the other person, you reach out, you go grab their own, you just committed what you don't know. So it is better for us to ask questions to understand. Let me tell you where most of my work is concentrated now, whether be it here or in Nigeria. My work is concentrated on taking the younger generation into the bushes. I take pride in that. If I'm going to Nigeria and you happen to be there, I will say, stay humble. If you have the opportunity to come,
Me too.
we are going to so bush, we are going to so cave, come. When we get there, I have children come from Australia, from US, from all kinds of places, and they're looking forward to when his Uncle Alex is going to be around. Because they know that Uncle Alex is not going to take them to go dance in the dance studio, but Uncle Alex is going to take them through the streams. Sometimes we decide to walk through this river. And I'm saying to them, in this river, these are the things that are here. And we're going uphill. And I'm telling them, this used to be here, but it's no longer there. And this is why it's not there.
Right.
And by the time we get to a particular spot, I will explain to them, this is the significance of this particular spot. I took a child who's a broadcaster, and we were going to where we ran into the war, into the bush during the war, where we stayed for almost 3 years. When we got to certain place, he said, "Hey, make we go. I am tired." And we had hunters with us. And you know what she did? She laid down in the bush. Laid down and said, "I'm not moving anymore." So we left one hunter with her and said, we have to get to our destination, which was just a couple of poles away. And when we got there, then we had our stories to tell. So if you happen to have an opportunity to follow Igbo Basic video reel, which we have well over 300 of, I don't know how many it is now, but each time we make a video, that's reality. There is no pent up, there is no, we are imagining, there is no, it's reality of what we have gone through. And when we dig into the bushes, we are saying to you, these are the secrets that are here. It was a man named Teacher Akuma, Carlo Njoku. He was talking to me at Scranton, Virginia, when we went to Igbo village, where they used to hold every year. Now they try to do it in St. Lucia. Now they try to do it in Georgia. Now they try to take it to Jamaica. Now they try to take it to Haiti. But the Igbo village is still in Virginia. It was Teacher Carlo Akuma Njoku that made that happen there. You go there, the Germans, all the other people that helped build the US, they had their own positions in that place. It is a place worth visiting. It was him who first talked to me about Olochukwu, which was just in Alai. Alai was just about 1 mile away or two from my village.
Okay.
And I made it a duty that when I went, now I had to go to that Olochukwu to see. The video is there. If you happen to see what I saw there,
all right,
I saw the greatest number of bats that I've never seen on earth.
All right.
KJ, I need to go. Do me a favor. Is there any way you can post Igbo Basics private on the private chat, his number? Because I mean, my wife is in so much
if you
to
put your
ask.
number on the private chat, I will send you his number.
Okay.
Or if you put your number on the private chat, he will see it. And
okay, I will put my number on the private
all right,
chat.
so let's make a
Before you go, you see, if this was what's the name of Flavor was just in New York a couple of days ago, people will rush there. If we are talking politics here, people will rush there.
Yes.
If we are talking logo here, people will rush there. But because we are discussing certain things that they don't seem to understand,
and nobody's showing up.
It sounds strange to them.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
That's true. It's a hard discussion, but it's okay. Let us move forward quickly. Let's hear this.
You want. Now you eat out more. You finally become a manager. Now you sit more. You finally grow the business. Now you sleep less. In my experience, some of the health problems we blame on old age is actually the side effect of success. Sometimes the very things we worked very hard to achieve slowly removes the healthy habits that got us there in the first place.
That is advice from our sister. Sometimes when we become big men, the big man lifestyle affects us. Nobody talks about that.
Yeah,
but again,
you have a point.
Yes, many things happening during the week. We're going to quickly rush through them, but the most important of it is that after Sheikh Jingi made that silly comment that he made last week, he has come out to say he has no apology to anybody. You guys can cry him a river, he doesn't care, and he's going to continuously make that statement everywhere he goes. And to rub it in very well, his brother, or a friend of his, or also his Muslim brother, came in this week, and this is what he had to tell us.
Shugabance ni na ci ganye shine mafi alkhairi a gare ni da kafiri ya shugabance ni kullum na rinka cin naman kaza. In ka duba alwala wal bara.
So he's saying to you guys, me and you, that it's better for him to eat grass than to vote a Christian. He prefers the Muslim ticket. Even if you have to eat grass, it's better for him to continuously to eat grass than to vote a Christian who will give him chicken meat every day. So instead of eating chicken meat every day, it's better him to be eating grass and be under a Muslim ticket. All right, we are gradually coasting to the election time, and so an advice came from Mr. P2B, and I want us to also listen to him.
Something very important, a people's platform called Obedient Connect by the Big Ten Coalition led by Professor Pat Utomi, Dr. Unisa Tanko, and other leaders of the Obedient movement. It is a tool to give structure to a passion, a way to connect, organize, and stand together, pulling units by pulling units and word by word, to make sure that in 2027, every voice translates into action and every vote truly counts. I urge you today to sign up at obedientconnect.com and be part of this collective effort to take back our dear country. Let us show that the will of the people cannot be ignored.
Okay, that is Mr. Obi himself advising the obedient people to get serious and get in moving. Now, why this is going on, there's another drama that came up. They said Dino Milai was beaten by a gorilla or monkeys. I don't know which one. But anyway, these videos are placed during the week, and I want you guys to also look at it and see what you make of it.
Don't give me any water.
Chief.
Guys, don't give me water. Don't be pushing me.
Be careful because take it easy.
Don't give me any water.
Chief.
Don't give me water so that
My brother should be there as well.
Come. We need some. So when the cancel I came to the police, I don't know.
See, call. They didn't a bank call.
Two people want to move. Hey,
Please hold it, I beg. Maybe by the time the robber see the citizen now move this time. Wait on my brother.
what kind of wala is this now? Where is the mat one first?
Yeah, sure.
Take. Give me one.
I heard the whistle sound. Yeah, this one is
That was from Arise News on Channels Television. The unending drama that is going on in our country. What you never see anywhere before. What you not witness in any other country. Nigeria is truly indeed a peculiar country. But because the bishops were in Aso Rock and told the president the truth, it has to be balanced. Last week we tried to bring this story, but we didn't touch on it very well. We're going to touch on it a bit. This is the story where they welcomed and supported the fact that the president welcomed the Malam, okay, leader of the from Nigeria.
We miss our father, Dairu Bauchi, a beloved father, a great leader. We just pray to Allah to give him al-Jannah of Firdaus. Thank you for the condolence. Thank you for what you are doing for Islam. The great work that Tijanians are doing for Islam across Africa as a whole. I respect that. And your followership in Nigeria is so huge. And thank you for keeping faith and keeping the way of Allah.
Okay. Gentlemen, that is what we have. The leader of an Islamic sect coming to Nigeria and to be visit the president for when the Islam is saying that they have now become majority and they don't bother whether anybody cares about that or not. And the president is thanking them for the work they are doing in the whole of Africa, chiefly being of Nigeria. So everything that has to go wrong is simply going wrong. The drums are up. The religious bigots have begun to spread their poison, and the people are beginning to dance. Unfortunately, that is where we are as a nation right now. So there's no need for us to keep mincing word and refusing to understand that this is where we are, and that it should be an equal and opposite response. And I totally agree with that. Whether we want to say now it is certain factors are outside of the country playing these things up, it is left for the elders. Igbos have a proverb: the elders are not at home, and a pregnant goat will deliver being tied to a stake. So it is left for us to bring the kind of governance and atmosphere, clean atmosphere or peaceful atmosphere that we want in our nation. Not for people to say, don't mind if what they are saying is not true. No. With these days, the devil tells you what he wants to do, and he will go ahead and do it. So we cannot keep quiet. Now, this is what Pastor Enenche had to say to them
today. Where for the crusade,
this week passed, and I heard that a frenzy was going on where I think an insane man came up to say that Christianity is subordinate to any other religion in this country. It takes insanity. It takes insanity, mental dementia, senile dementia, either insanity or criminality or both, either in the prison or in the asylum. That is where such people belong, either in the prison or in a mental home. To say that Christians are secondary to any other religion, the Lord rebuke you and your devils. Christianity is not secondary, and no group of religious fanatics will ever make it secondary. Not you, not any political group of people will ever make Christianity secondary to any. If you have sense, take a look around. There is no part of Nigeria where Christians don't exist en masse. Every part of Nigeria, whether it's Sokoto or Maiduguri or Yobe, en masse. For a demon-possessed agent of darkness, God rebuke you, rebuke every devil that spoke to you, and rebuke everything you represent. Nobody should take the church in this nation for granted. Don't take the church for granted. Don't take the church for granted. It's a warning to every one of you who think that the church can be taken for granted. If you think you are superior, why didn't you people allow censors all this while? Credible censors. And if you want to settle the score, okay, do it in census. Let everybody tell what they believe in. Then you will be shocked that where you think you come from, there are Christians that are almost dominating in that place. And this is the time for nobody to cower under any pretense. We are agents of the devil. They are not tired of bloodshed. They are not tired of destroying the nation. Ask yourself, the speaker, what have you contributed in the development of a nation like this? What positive thing have you made in this nation other than talking garbage and bloodshed and inciting violence? Shame on you and everything you represent. Nobody should take the body of Christ for granted. Whoever, we have kept quiet and calm for a long time, but in the name of Jesus, the Lord rebuke you. The Lord rebuke you. What is in your mind, what you said and what you think has never happened and will never happen. Has never happened, will never happen. We are here, and we are here for a very long time. Some of these people need to be taken to psychiatric homes. Let them do mental state evaluation for them.
Okay, so Pastor Inenche, Dr. Pastor Inenche, spoke the mind of a lot of us. It gets to the time you have to call a spade a spade. And so we will not continuously to lie low and allow people to ride rough shoulders over us and make all kinds of assertions and connotations and innuendos. And the world media will run with that. And by one way or the other, decide to say Nigeria is not secular. Nigeria is totally a secular state. We don't have any state religion. We don't succumb to any. The Constitution didn't say that. But if they think it says that, let them bring it on. We are waiting. We will not be pushed. We will not be coward. We will not do that. We will return every abuse back for abuse. Having said that, because again, many things have been surfacing, Peter Obi is gradually picking up steam, and the dust is rolling, and things are moving in different directions that people didn't expect. So they've gone ahead to dig up certain videos here and there to try to, people who spoke in the past or in the present. Let's listen to one of the men who spoke, and then after that we'll have this discussion. We'll let it go.
put the place on good. In fact, what he was doing in Anambra was a cruise control situation. Cruise control. He was on cruise control. In education, in health, in public service reform, in everything, he was on cruise control.
You had got the ship
I had
sailing.
I had sealed everything, started the ball, and passed the ball to him. And he just put it into the net. The evaluation done on education were my years. 2004, I was governor there. 2005, I was governor there. 2006, I was governor for half of the year. That was the evaluation done. So, but I'm not going to enter any controversy. They will not say I'm like Governor Soludo, who is attacking everything Obi. I'm not attacking everything Obi. Obi did well as governor in my state because he followed my footsteps and consolidated everything I was doing. None of them, most of those things are not his original idea.
Thank you, Dr. Chris Nwabweze.
Health. I put up the two teaching hospitals, Onitsha Hospital, where I did my housemanship, and Amako. It's me who did the refurbishment. I brought the containers with the materials, 240-foot containers, to equip them. They were in General Hospital Onitsha. Obi received them. They were in the handover note, my SLG, they gave them. And I chose Onitsha and I chose Amako. I started refurbishing of Amako before I left. But he didn't waste our money. He
put it into good use.
Yes, he put it into good use.
Well, former
so
governor...
like he left money for Obi and I left money for him too. So you should be talking about it.
Okay, we have not heard that before. This was a new one that I heard, and that's why I thought we should discuss it. That he left money for Obiano, he too left money for Peter Obi. So the question I asked him, because I got to that broadcast, I said, Oga, Peter Obi said he left money. He told us how much he left. How much did you leave? Tell us now, since you say you left money. You left money is not a statement. It's not a statement of fact. Peter Obi said, I left this amount in this bank. I left this amount in this bank. I left this amount in this bank. I did this. Look at the receipt. I did this. Look. You tell us how much you left and in which bank. Verify. Go and verify. Tell us Nigerians, go and verify. Then we'll go there and dig it out. So, because again, the drum is changing. Let us start it from Osun State. The dance has changed because the drum beat has
Why
changed.
not, speak about the ones we've done, because we'll forget everything. Because
okay,
there was something Ngige mentioned that I wanted to speak to as someone who was there.
Go ahead.
When these things happened.
I'm being called out. I'm being called to come to family. Just within Ngige and the rest of the things that you have laid on the table there, you put so many of it out there. But I'm going to try to just please allow me to do a very, very quick executive summary.
Okay.
On Ngige's case, I happen to have been privileged, once again, to have gone with a camera to his office in Anambra, where he was governor. We came to meet with him. Jim McGreevy was governor of the state of New Jersey then. One-on-one. And I asked Chris Ngige, after he was just rescued from the bathroom, what do we do? He pivoted to, when you go back to New Jersey, we actually sent by the state of New Jersey, okay? We're a team of about 5 of us. Tell my brother governor, that's the language that these governors speak. Tell my brother governor that the locust has eaten all the grain in Anambra. And we from Anambra here, we have a lot of our people in the state of New Jersey. And that is human capital that we have exported to that place. Can you please see what you can do to give us a helping hand? So I'll leave it at that. In other words, once you bring in any topic that we have lived through,
We'll just step in a very, very simple form. Thank God he wasn't trying to throw anybody under the bus, but history will judge each and every person accordingly. And then getting back to Dina Melaya, if that's the man who was gasping for breath, it teaches us one thing. Nobody is above health conditions. He may have been suffering from asthma. I don't know what he was suffering from. I don't know where they were taking him to, whether they were taking him to the hospital, but that just tells you, as strong-mouthed as you may be, watch your mouth, prune your mouth. But that notwithstanding, that raises one question as far as the Nigerian context is concerned. Again, everything in Nigeria. Don't people have a little bit of privacy anymore? Of course, everybody has a cell phone now. I'm not sure that would have been the situation in a lot of places. So whatever you're doing, be careful. And whatever you're saying, be careful, because the next day you might, I don't know what will happen. So you can see a whole big man gasping for breath, looking for a helping hand. Maybe after he has encountered that situation, which I understand sometimes you are seeing stars from the great beyond as those things are happening. Maybe he will come back and he would advise himself, you know what, slow down with your mouth and just take it easy. So it calls for some very serious privacy matters when it comes to health issues, no matter whose ox is God. And then you presented something about the obedient movement and the rest of it. Some of us faced it very seriously in 2003. Some people sold their refrigerators in Nigeria. We were deep into it. Some people sold their phone to make contributions. Some of us who were outside appealed to some people who wouldn't have participated in any way, shape, or form. And because we said so, they made contributions. We sent the monies to the big tent. We even formed an organization, Foundation Democracy Initiative, that is still existing, websites and all the rest of it. But this time around, we are watching and we are making sure that whatever contributions we are making, just like Flagship said, just do your part. Just do your part. When that day reach, when they go dance that dance, if madman come up for Market Square, I beg, make you try to be mad, though, because if you know they're mad, if you want to go to court, we may not have 2030 or 2031 to see. If madman push you, you push him back. We are not advocating otherwise, though. We are just saying is that free and fair or not free and fair. Just like you touch upon the religious thing and all whatnot. I understand in Burkina Faso or Mali, so that somebody who made a careless statement, they carry and put for behind the bar. So these people who believe that they know it all, and the people who believe that they are all performers. I'm sorry to say this. These are all performers. Everybody performs according to their own stage. All them politicians, they are performers, including the church people. They are performers. And according to the size of your congregation, the more your ability to perform to that, you go reach near himself because he's been surrounded. And the biggest performer is in a place called Aso Rock right now. So let us pray that let 2027 come and go. Nigeria will survive as it stands. I rest my case, KJ. I might have to, for a moment, be in the background completely. But since this is not flavor,
okay,
this is not Ban Logo.
Thank you so much.
You know the rest of the story.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I understand where Oga Igbo Physics is going. You know, he's not happy with the turnout of people. But you know that there was a time when people were not really interested in politics, still it hit them bad. So, and that's why, you know, the stage where we are in this in Africa. We as Africa, we are at a crossroads, and all hands must be on deck. And that's why sometimes I maintain a high index of suspicion when I see some of these distractions. They might not be, but of course, maintaining that high index of suspicion just to be sure that some people coming in at some point are not coming to distract people from the main things. Now, back to the issue of Ngige, because I wanted to speak to that because I was in Anambra at the point. Regarding that teaching hospital, Ngige did not contribute to that. I was in secondary school. The first time I visited Amako was a general hospital. Just like any, how general hospitals in Nigeria could be, like all general hospital. I was in secondary school when we visited Amako General Hospital. It was just like any other place. It was nothing to write home about. Then, at some point, what happened during Ngige's time is that there was a rumor that he wanted to build a medical school, but he wanted to do it in his hometown of Alo. And probably if he continued to be governor, he would have done it in Alo. But Peter Obi, when he was governor, he didn't mind doing project anywhere. He wasn't the kind of governor that would want to concentrate projects in his hometown. In fact, I can't remember any project that was done in Agolo. So that Amako, Peter Obi built it from the scratch. And he did it so speedily that when the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, because before then, people were not applying for medicine for Anambra State University. In fact, those that applied that were there, they were there for years because there was no accreditation. There was no teaching hospital. So, of course, they wouldn't be accredited. So when Peter Obi completed the teaching hospital, the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria came for inspection, over several inspections. And before you could say Jack, they got accreditation. And before long, they got full accreditation. It was one of the fastest you could get because I know how the accreditation process goes. In fact, when Lagos State government wanted accreditation for its general hospitals, for people that would do housemanship, you know how long it took for them to get those. In fact, the teaching hospitals, a lot of visits, because they will make sure that everything is in place. So kudos to Peter Obi. Ngige, when he came in as governor, he did well, relatively. He built some roads, but Peter Obi focused on human capital development, focused on rural roads, focused on primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, education, primary education, secondary education. These are things that will not fetch you a lot of money if you want to embezzle money. If you want to embezzle money, just do flyovers, award some roads, you embezzle a lot of money. But if you're telling me about a governor who's done a lot in primary healthcare, in education, in human capital development, youth empowerment, women development, caring for the less privileged, pregnant women, children, the aged, then you're talking. Regarding Dino Melaye, that video that you played, you could see that there are issues in that scenario. What are the issues? First, he had a problem, an emergency. Where was the ambulance? Sometimes when we tell some of these people, even some of these are people based in the UK who say they are supporting so and so and so APC is because this is that. Tell them that one day this Nigeria, whatever you are helping to promote, might be your bane. You might face it one day. See somebody that they say if you go to his house, it's like he's selling cars or something. See how he was being. Where were they taking him to? Where was the hospital? Where was the ambulance? In that video, there was no ambulance in the picture. you could see the people attending to him are probably people that are unskilled. They have no clue as to how to sort that kind. And even with all his money, he doesn't have his doctors that he's carrying about. They are following him to administer any medication or treatment to him. You could see how foolish these our politicians are. You could see why I keep on saying that they all need psychiatric evaluation. Regarding the religious issue, I keep on telling people not to be distracted. This gentleman who is in Asorok, we know his strategies. One of his strategies is division, either tribal, religious. So tribal division in the south and then religious division in the north. Those people who are saying, oh, Islam is this, Islam is that, we know who they are working for. And they are trying to give people the impression that they love Islam so much. It's not true. These are people that already bought. Even those people that visited from whatever country that they visited from, these are people that are already, bought. So that's why sometimes you see them accusing Peter Obi of religious whatever, because they are causing tribal division in the south. So they think that because Peter Obi is also, has huge followership among the Christian Southwest. So that Peter Obi is doing religious division in the Southwest, and then let's say tribal division in the North. But this is their own strategy. But Peter Obi knows how to handle that strategy. So he's flipping it. If they want, he will flip it for them. But he's not doing that. He wants to get Nigerians to have good governance. Then the other one, the last one you played, what was it? Again, I wanted to comment on Ngige, Dino Melaye, the imam. You are muted.
Okay, sorry. The guy who said he would rather eat grass than and be under a Muslim ticket than to be under a Christian president and be eating chicken every day.
Okay, yeah. So those people, again, they are people that already bought, because that's the strategy now. Because this gentleman in Asorok knows already that he doesn't have the support of the people. And you know what they used to do in the north, where they would, because what happens in Nigeria, the reason is that you might go to a polling unit where there are 1,000 registered, so-called registered voters, and 700 of them may not exist. Just like you do have in our voters register. In fact, in our voters register, they say we have 97 million people. There might be 50 million fictitious names. So what they do, because those people don't exist, they fill in for those people. And it's very, very common in the north. And why they're able to achieve it in the north is because they have gatekeepers. The gatekeepers, the so-called leaders, religious leaders, ethnic leaders. But this time around, it's looking like those people are not going to cooperate. So they are now just trying to hold on to any straw they could in the sea that they are drowning in, and just manufacture all sorts of conflict and division, call some people that will profess that they are Muslims, that it's Islam and all those things. But people should not be distracted, because that these people are already losing. So I think when you mentioned your issue, I will comment. I'm sorry.
There was the Peter Obi saying people should get into the move.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this stage, the last time Peter Obi contested, we're trying to get people to know Peter Obi, and Peter Obi was trying to pass his message across to people, say, this is what I've done. Go and check my records. And people believed him and voted for him. this time around, I keep on saying it, Peter Obi does not need to campaign to tell people this is what I will do. People already believe in him. People are getting voters card. And also, some what happens is this: they manufacture names and include in the voters register and delete the names of actual voters. So you discover that, let's say 15 million people may register to vote. They might delete 12 million names. And then, if your name is Adebayo, Ademolego, your real name, they may just manufacture a name and just put there and remove your name, really, remove your details so that your voter's card will not even be processed. You won't get a voter's card. Your name will not be on the register. So this time around, this is what people will need to focus on. The voters register, everything around INEC, and then how to defend the votes. How to defend the votes. We're not campaigning. We are not saying I will build road. We've talked about those ones in the past. How to defend the votes.
All right. Thank you so much. Jagun, you're welcome.
Hello, sir.
It's good to see you. Before you came, a young lady said that what is worrying you now is because of your lifestyle. You became a big man. You refuse to be walking again. You refuse to be walking around, jogging. You're now rather drinking champagne. And there's generally just brawling around. You understand what I'm saying? Living at a very, you understand? You are out tomorrow. You are in plane today. So that is what has brought about some of the illnesses that are amongst our very big men. And I thought about you. I said, maybe did you hear that video when I played it? I did. Yeah. Okay, so is it true that you, Jagun, decided to use champagne as water and and refuse to drink water again? So that this thing now became a problem because of your lifestyle.
I hear you very well. Well, in my own particular case, that's not the case. Okay. My father is from a River Rhine area. He is a water engineer, a biochemist. We grew up in water. I was thrown into the river to learn to swim. And drinking water, my mother has a water plant that out of their ground comes the purest water I've ever tasted. I'm somebody who really enjoys hydration, even though me personally, as a diabetic, I suffered from lack of hydration. I don't believe that the big men of Nigeria are necessarily living a bad lifestyle, except those who live a bad lifestyle. No matter how success joins your spirit to take you to greater heights, it doesn't necessarily suggest your lifestyle. Drinking champagne for me is not a bad thing. All should be done moderately. Now, a lot of these things that we're discussing about health, it is down to lifestyle. If we're honest with ourselves, we are, as a people of Nigeria, born with a lot of physical attributes, health and prosperity in our health. I think we as a Nigerian people have some understanding of it. But again, as Nigerians, because we are rather taken by certain lifestyle that says we are successful, we don't really foster exercise, health, sports, things that exercise the physical. We don't really have a lot of respect for that way of life. And unfortunately, it is that lack of appreciation of what it is to be healthy and how you exercise your physique. As I say, we enjoy to exercise our minds in being educated, in getting gainful employment, and what the exercise of education can do for an individual. We also, in Nigeria, opposed to here where we live in the West, we do exercise our spirit, and our spirit world, we take it on board very well, which I believe is a plus. But where the physical comes in, and this is again opposed to the West, exercise and the lifestyle of health is what they have taken on board to a large degree, and we're just catching on now to the importance of that, I believe, as a nation. And I think that speaks more to the Nigerian circumstance of success and health.
Okay, let me quickly ask you, Jagun. Yesterday, Adeleke was declared winner, but APC said they're heading to court. And two shocking moves for me yesterday was I was very embarrassed when I heard the governor's speech saying that he still stands with Tinubu and gives Tinubu all his support, despite the fact that the Nigerian people, in terms of the people of Osun, put their lives on the line to make sure that he remains as governor. About 30 persons lost their life before these elections. And there were about majority of the governors who were in Osun State yesterday and House Assembly members. Nigerians or the people of Osun filed out in their number, were in the streets and around the place of the result to just put pressure on the system, only for him to come out to say he wants to thank the president for a fair result, for a free and fair election. What is he trying to achieve? Since you are, around that vicinity, you probably understand these intricacies of what he's trying to arrive at. What do you think he's trying to arrive at? Is it calling the people who stood and died for his cause stupid?
Are you speaking in the line of Adeleke himself winning and what
yes,
he...
Adeleke winning and now saying in his first maiden speech to say that he wants to thank the president for free and fair election.
Okay.
And that he stands in full support of the president for re-election. So the question is it that those who died for nothing? And those who stood through the night to make sure that he gets the desired result, did it for nothing? What's the mindset he's trying to portray there?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this in answer to your question, and I thank you for giving me the background in it, because I haven't really been following it, apart from the voices from this particular show. Last week it was spoken about, and this weekend it's being spoken about again, with the results coming out. I think you're aware of my position where Nigerian politics, especially 2027, is concerned. I don't believe in the politics of Nigeria. I don't believe there's anything real about it. I don't believe that people are playing anything genuine in their political profession or life in that country for that country. I've always professed that really we should do away with next year's elections until we put all the necessary bricks in place that suggest that we are a nation and we're building a nation and we are going forward in a particular direction, whoever comes to power. Until we've done that, there is no point in an election, because what we are fighting for in terms of power in our elections is strictly that. So we play the game. So Adeleke is playing the game. I give great kudos to the protective aspects of the Osun people if the election was truly free and fair. And it may give us all an example as to how to protect our vote. Having said that, I don't necessarily blame Adeleke for saying what he said about the support of Obi. I think that is in protection of himself and his position, and knowing he wants to move forward in a particular way that keeps that position secure. Having said that, you may think he should be a firebrand and be able to speak to the people and of the people, for the people, as to what is more important to him, and the lives lost in any election. It suggests how wrongly we continue to do politics in that country called Nigeria. It's the way we do things is an anathema to me, and I just don't like it. And I just don't like the constant pretense. And I believe sometimes even us on this program, we do join in with the pitter-patter of inane thinking criminals, and supporting them in one way or the other. Our support, our critique of them, it balances to be the same thing, when really and truly the whole regime needs to be thrown in the dustbin because it's not working. You know, the things I've seen over the last 3.5 years where Tinubu and his regime is concerned has largely been of selfishness, of direct Western direction, and of playing protection of the position that they find themselves in. And given this, Nigeria is not making any correct decisions for the nation. For Tinubu to want to go to war with Niger and bring the whole of ECOWAS in at the same time, for me, that was just the biggest lost opportunity of the last 3.5 years. It's a lost opportunity to suggest that Africa can be sovereign, and we as the Nigerian nation is going to join and back the sovereignty of the AES countries as they're now known. I think that was such a blunder. It put us as a black peoples of the world backwards, and it appealed to the nuances of the West. And when you put yourself in that position, where does that put the rest of the country? Why should this man be leading us? Is this what we believe? And I'm afraid that there are too many sycophantic people who do believe that Nigeria is well positioned through its policies of governance. And I don't believe that. What I've seen since I've been saying, and it's been about 1.5 years now, that I've been saying election next year is useless. And what I find is that people who I respect their voices on this channel, they have come to that same position, but they put it differently. Masker is one of them, who says that we should appeal to the grassroots. We should have a chance to create a movement. We should have a chance to educate the electorate. I see that as real steps, but I also see it as joining my position, but doing it subtly. And I don't think it's to be subtle necessarily in arresting the further downfall of the country at large through politicians. We need to stand up and show who we are. We need bravity. We need strength, courage. We need the integrity. We need these aspects to be brought to the fore. And those who do not join or fit in with that, they too will be identified. And we will see who is the majority. And I would want that integrity and fairness takes the forward position, it is then when Nigeria has a chance. Without that taking place somehow, Nigeria doesn't have a chance. It doesn't. Not at this stage. It's too late for us to be speaking the way we speak at times. It's too late. 2023 was the time for Obi, and unfortunately, he missed that time for whatever reason. When 2023 was lost to us as a nation, the next 4 years from there should have been played in, we're not taking this anymore. Enough is actually enough this time around. We are going to come together as a people. There is no way you guys can run roughshod over us, put us into penury and suffering in the way you continue to do, and have no protection, defense, security in who we are as a people. So the present government hasn't done nearly enough, if anything at all, to bring us to the position of pride within our country, pride within our people, understanding of brotherhood within the nation. There's been nothing done in that respect or in that aspect. And when there's been nothing done in that aspect, I think we need to call ourselves together. We take too much for granted. We take far too much for granted in that country. And as a people, we like to pitter-patter nonsense. We like to use the dictionary to spill out our intelligence. When, to me, or just because you are repeating every word in the dictionary, doesn't tell me that you have any intelligence at all. So I'm at that point. I'm at that point where I'm thinking, you know what, Nigerians, if we prefer to dislike each other and hate each other and pull each other down, if that's what we prefer, then let's continue until we see more bloodshed, more war, more opportunities missed, more of our gifting from the Father being thrown away. Because that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And all communication with the media, with the political class, with the elites largely, not every one of them, but with the elites largely, has poisoned this whole society. Whereby, for me, I'll tell you this for free, the nuances of life, I find it most difficult to talk to Nigerians about. I can speak with all my veracity and all the things that people on this platform don't necessarily like me about, which is fair enough. But I can speak like that anywhere else in the world apart from to my own people. Because my own people would defend the indefensible. They would defend their utterances of rubbish. Let me go on, I prefer to eat grass, or whatever that person said. What's that for? Shut up, you idiot. Why should you be bringing that to the table? You know, we don't communicate well. Our utterances are one largely based off self-indulgence rather than speaking to a nation. We're full of ourselves to the point that we think that we are beyond critique. Who the hell are you that you think that you're beyond critique? So I answer that question like that. I thank you for that question. Mike.
Thank you so much, Jagun. Thank you. Welcome, Maska, to the late evening show. Today we've been here on a different topic and many things can be discussed. But like I said, the issue going on right now in Oshun has opened up the space. It means that, just like we have said on this, many times, if everybody goes out and stays with their votes, it does not matter how much they will have to succumb, because if for pressure, the federal might was in Osun State, yet the people might overcame the day. So that's why I felt a little bit totally embarrassed by the governor's utterances. Why his younger brother was saying a different, his cousin Davido was saying he will never support APC in his life. His uncle is saying, I am for APC throughout, and thanking the very president who, if not for Davido, he would have lost that election. I say it again. If not because of the man resources that Davido brought to the table, that election was as good as gone. But he's thanking the president for a free and fair election. And my question goes to Masker. Is that the way the free and fair election have become in Nigeria? When you have to have up to how many governors in your state with uniform, and an army of security people everywhere, police snatching ballot boxes, and starting people not finding their names on the registration list, and all that. Is that the free and fair election that the governor wants to have in 2027? What we saw in Osun State, is that what INEC is going to offer us come 2027?
All right, thank you, KJ. And once again, like I did in the other show, I need to thank you, because this work you, Mr. Rudolph, forefathers, show, and the rest are doing, we should not take it for granted. Almost everybody is opting for self-aggrandizement, but you people have consistently kept to things that would, one way or the other, now or later, impact the collective. So once again, thank you and God bless you.
Thank you.
May all loved ones be granted their heart desires.
Amen. I receive it.
What I would say, KJ, is nothing new. My positions, I'm not a very, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that I'm not a rigid person. People say I'm very stubborn. So I think being stubborn and rigid should be construed to be cousins, if not blood brothers. So I believe that I'm somebody who can change position when I see spurious argument or I see imagined facts. But so far as Nigeria is concerned, and as far as our politics is concerned, I think it's a same old, same old. So my position remains the same. What you're dealing with, you can refer to it. There's this thing they call the agency theory. It's prevalent among us. It's prevalent around us. A typical example, let's say shareholders and maybe executives of a company. But the bottom line, why agency theory is relevant here, is that most of our political elite people who would stand in front of you, say they are contesting, effectively, what they are saying is that they want to go and serve as the people's agents. Meaning that they want to go and cater for the interests of their principals, in this case, which is Osun people. But the truth is that if you look around, most times it's a lie. They will stand as purported agents, that they will go and serve the interests of the people, but they are not. They are the principals in their own right. They want to go and serve their own interests. So I think if you understand that, that will help you at least understand why Adeleke is taking the position he's taking. And there is no, he's not different. There's nothing new about that. Let me give you an example of my state. I'm sure everybody knows that Kwankwaso did all that he could do with his new party. He put up the state government. But what did the state governor do, KJ? He defected to APC. Even if Adeleke has not said he is with Tinubu, me, I know that he is with Tinubu. This I know. And if you look at all the pointers, does Accord Party have a presidential candidate? The answer is no. Forget the fact that PDP people said that their people should go and vote Adeleke. But in the end, all these agents, they go there to serve their own interest.
So the question to you, Maska, is this. If he is supporting Tinubu, then why did Tinubu do everything possible to frustrate and even get a man out of office? That's the question. That's my own worry. I'm supporting you. You know I'm supporting you. But you brought your own machinery and all that to come and remove me from the office. If they have removed him yesterday, where will he have stood to make that speech is making? People died fighting for him. More than 30 people died because of his cause. And then the first thing you say is say you are in support of the president who has given you free and fair election. But you know what went down? You see, this is my challenge with Nigerians. Now it's not about Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. It's you and your people. And you still can't even tell your people the truth. You know what you went through. You saw, we were following it, all of us were there.
But let me ask you, KJ, what did he go through? Do you think he was, what did he go through?
It was a struggle to even get his own people to vote. It was a struggle for him to even be able to access people to access their ballot boxes and all that. Some ballot boxes were carted away. Some were taken away by police. The videos are here. We have the videos.
Okay. So look, KJ, I hear you loud and clear, but I think the problem is that most of us, we don't spend time to understand the full circumstances and the issues we're dealing with. That's why most times when I talk, people think that we are apportioning blame somewhere else. No, but you have to understand the full spectrum of the problem you're dealing with. Mr. Adeleke understands this process very well. Winning the election is one process. Osun State, what is the resources from Osun State? Or what is their internally generated revenue? I'm asking you these questions now.
I don't have that figure, Master.
But how much, guess between 1 and 10, how much is Osun State generating for itself? Where do you think Osun gets the bulk of its money?
From federal government, obviously.
Exactly. So this is the quantum, the kind of the spectrum of problems we are dealing with. It's not just, I've said it here, is it yesterday or day before yesterday? Elections is just a small part of our problem, even though it's a significant part of our problem. But even if we vote you today, KJ, into power as governor of your own state, Nigeria has constructed today, there are so many problems that you will not be able to perform at the level you would want to perform. Sincerely speaking. So Adeleke is dealing with a lot of things that if he wants to cater for his own interest, he must align. That's how it is today. That's how it is. There is a lot that we need to acknowledge that is wrong with our system, with our country and our processes. I look, even if he doesn't say what he's saying, I know that in the end, the fact of the matter or his actions will tell you that he is aligning with this regime. And I'm even surprised people are talking about, okay, so this is the, welcome back. This is the time that he is getting re-elected. But is this the first time that we are dealing with? This election, is it his first time in power?
No, it's second time.
So what did he do? Tell me the things that he did for Osun State.
No, but listen, Master, if you go that way, how many governors in Nigeria have done anything, actually?
So why didn't he do anything? It's because their interest is the same, KJ. They are not, none of these governors, okay, maybe with the exception of a couple, 2 or 3, none of them are interested in the masses. All of them, like I said, they purport themselves to be agents, but they are principals in their own right. They go there to serve their own interest. I have said it before in this platform. In this country, most of us are just hustling. The man is going to tell you that he wants to be a senator, but that senator is his hustling.
So the question to you now is it that doing that so I can get the funds released for his state or what? Master, listen to me.
Okay, so again,
concern is
don't worry.
this. My concern: people's life cannot be equated to anything. If not for anything, he could have even just shut his mouth up that day without saying that he want to salute the president for free and fair election. When you know that 30 of your people, your kingsmen, lost their life in fighting to put you there.
Look, AJ, this is I don't know why you're getting I think you're just being emotional. You're just being angry. Do you know how many governors were in Osun State?
Almost 30 of them now.
Okay, why will a governor that has been elected by his people go to Osun State and be campaigning for another governor?
No, but we know that it's Mago now. This is what you now, Masker. I don't know why I'm not seeing my point.
No, what I'm saying, they are going there not because
this is my quarrel. If the people of Osun didn't stand their ground, Adeleke will not be in the office today. So does it make any? It's not abusing their sensibility for you to say this. The very next statement you are making is that you want to thank the president for fair election. Is it fair election that got him there? That's what I'm asking.
No, because all these things you're saying, when a group of people elect you and you don't do what they are supposed to do, which sensibility are you talking about?
Of his
because you are suddenly behaving as if suddenly the man was good, now he started a bad turn. I'm saying that the biggest problem is that when they elect you and you don't do what you're supposed to do, that in itself, you've been abusing their sensibility right from time. That you are supporting Tinubu today is not a different thing. And the truth, and let's be honest with ourselves, sincerely speaking, okay? In my mind, Adeleke is not different from Tinubu because they're all in the same group. Forget about Adeleke was in PDP. Today is in Accord Party. Just give him time. He will go to APC. So why are we having this argument? Why do you think that Adeleke is different? And this issue of Osun people, even the people that voted for Tinubu across other countries, take note, for instance. You think the people are happy with Tinubu? Look at somebody like El-Rufai who stood in front of Tinubu. Just this evening, we had a long discussion with two of my friends. And they were asking me why I've not joined politics. One is a politician. He actually wanted to even to contest for Senate in his, House of Reps in his state. He's from River State. No, not River State, Cross River. But the governor upturned the thing. So I turned around and I looked at him. And I told him, the reality is that as a politician in Nigeria today, if you truly are going to be successful in politics, you have to discount a lot of your principles, which I'm not ready to do. We know that this is a country where somebody who wants to contest a high office as high as governor, this guy in Anambra State, what's his name now, that they took him to a shrine. You are muted, KJ.
Chris Ngige.
Exactly. That is, look, I don't know why we will sit here and be pretending that we don't know that these are actually in Nigeria. Those people that we are talking about, both the Tinubu and any other person, me, as far as I'm concerned, these are the bottom part of our country. They are not the best of our people. Most of these things are supposed to end up as touts. And we want to expect what they don't have. We want them to give to us what they don't have. These are not very principled people. You are looking for principle from people who are not principles. People who are in a career today in Nigeria that you can't succeed in that career path if you are principled. How many governors have fought their forefathers, their godfathers? How many people have turned back on the people who put them in that place? This is, just look at the political scene in Nigeria. This issue, this argument you're arguing, It doesn't hold water, KJ. These are very unprincipled people. People who go to shrine. In fact, I will tell you, if you don't know, KJ, in Nigeria, you will hardly be successfully in a good position if the people that will help you don't have some hold on you. Something that if you tomorrow you want to do something, they will put it out and say, you remember this. And that would bring you back to line. The reality is bad. Even though I don't support what Jagun is saying, that we should boycott the election, but it's almost like that. This whole process we go through is a charade. And it's not even, for me, the issue is not even the election. Even this, right from primaries, even our political parties. So let's see, don't go to the well and put your, I don't know what is the guga name in English, that thing that you put inside the well to draw water.
Bucket.
What's the name? Yeah?
It's a bucket.
It can't be bucket. Bucket
it's a
is
bucket now. It's a bucket. It's not that difficult.
If you don't know, you don't know like me. Just let's
okay,
agree.
fair enough. But I've always known it as a bucket. If you're talking about your,
in my language,
you draw water with a bucket.
Bucket in my language is bokiti. Guga is something different. So I know that the two are different items. The thing that you put, but anyway, we get the idea. What you are doing, KJ, is you're complaining that your guga is not bringing out water when the well itself is dry.
Okay, so I see what you're saying, but also
you are looking for principle, you are looking for empathy, you are looking for performance where it doesn't exist. It does not exist with our political.
Okay, so this is what I'm looking for, Master. I'm not looking for performance. I'm not looking for principle. I'm looking for the two devils, which is better to go with. That's what I'm looking at. Nothing.
Okay, maybe I should backtrack and understand where you're coming from. What are the two devils?
Both the one who is coming from APC and the one who is winning, which are Adeleke. They're all of the same. But me, I'm saying that the life of the ordinary Nigerians are being spent on this issue, and the only honor you have to give to those people is to come out immediately to say you totally support this man, and you
want to
thank him.
The only honor you can give is it not when you have honor that you can give honor.
Well, I thought they were honorable men. Anyway, thank you so much.
No. I think, see, look at even the Adeleke. Let me tell you the truth. You are looking as if it's the people of Osun State that stood behind this man. I can put it to you that the man, when you sit with him, he will tell you the amount of money he spent. I'm telling you, these are the people you're dealing with. He is going to tell you the kind of things he has done. And some of them, I don't know him, so I don't want to say things that, but I know some of them will tell you there is one malam or one jujuman somewhere that helped them. These are the people you're dealing with. You are looking as if that the people stood with him. He is looking at see if he fought a battle and he won.
Well,
I rest my case here, KJ.
Thank you so much. Stay humble. You heard the listen. Do you have a contribution on any of the issues that we talked about so far? My concern still remains. My concern remains with the politics as it's drifting. It's drifting to a dangerous level that we will not come back from if allowed to get there. Because right now they are seeing that they are losing the people. So now they are trying a new system, which is religious bigotry. And that is where we will not be able to control what goes down. The people are no longer in support, and the people are now saying, we will take your money, but we'll still vote who we want. Now, they need to introduce something different. And what they are throwing in now is the fact that there is Muslim-Christian issues. What do you say? And do you think that this level that we are drifting into is we're going to fight?
Okay, so I think I would agree part with what Mask has said about these people that we are dealing with and who they ascribe their victory to. Sometimes you think it's the people that they would thank, but there are other factors which they think contributed more significantly to their victory than you think. You know, these politicians, you know how they get into the ballot in the first place. You might say, oh, this person has been elected by the people. But how did they get to the ballot? How did they find their names on the ballot? That's one thing. So at the end of the day, you will see that the people played just very minor role in them getting to office. And about him congratulating the thanking the president. Of course, we don't know what's going on in the background, but even if we don't know anything, what we know is that you know, that they're all working together, because he said that he will support the president, and one of the reasons why he would want to publicly state that is because the matter will still be adjudicated. The matter will still go to court. The election will still go to court. And, you know, he's afraid it will go to the tribunal and then appeal court and Supreme Court. And at any stage in that process, he could lose his victory. And you know that sometimes there is more to this than we are able to see. When this whole conversation of Adeleke's performance in Osun State was going on, I was expecting to hear things. I was expecting to hear his strides in healthcare, in primary healthcare. I was expecting to hear his strides in education. I didn't hear any of those things. You know, they kept on saying that he's constructed so and so roads here and there and all those things. So, you know, what you know that these people are not really working for the people, but it's just a matter of Nigerians choosing the lesser devil among them. So you said a number of lives have been lost. You know, do they really care about the people? They don't care, really. Whoever is losing their life, they don't really care. Like Masker said, they might go and thank one Malam somewhere, or some people. They've spent a lot of money. They spent a lot of money. It's really sad that we're in this situation in Nigeria where elections are treated as war. People go into elections as if they are going into war. And you see a lot of things happening. You see people losing their lives for elections, which is not supposed to be so. And you see that we've made this our elections very sophisticated. We've made even our local election. It's a local election, really. And we are even writing letters to Donald Trump. We are writing letters to the European Union for a local election. You know, so when the presidential election will be at the UN General Assembly every day, you know, crying, come and monitor our election. Do they need to monitor our election? I keep on saying it, that any day that the politicians decide that the votes will count, you know, that's when we'll know that all these things that we've been doing over the years, we've been spending a lot. We've been expending a lot of energy trying to conduct elections, which are very easy. And one thing that these people have tried to brainwash Nigerians about is that simple things are difficult. What are the simple things? Delivering good governance. What are those things? Providing electricity for people. Very easy. It's not like we are in a country where we don't have resources. We have all the resources needed to provide electricity. Everything, more than any other country. We have gas, we have everything. Anyway, I rest my case, really.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm still on you. Before I come to Jagun. Or Jagu, unless you want to, no, I will spare you so you listen and you can make your own comment. Coming to you, back to you, stay humble. Did you follow the election? And if you did, is there anything that a serious-minded politician who is looking to win in 2027 should have learned from what went down in Osun State? In terms of organization, in terms of planning, in terms of strategy, is there anything that showed a person who is desiring to win and take the horns of leadership, of governance, learned from what we saw in 2020 in Osun for 2027?
Of course, many lessons. One of the lessons being that these people are not ready for a fair election. And because they're not ready for that, the people must take it. If the people must have a say in how Nigeria is governed, they have to take it. So that's the lesson.
Okay.
Really.
All right. Thank you. Jaguar, I'm coming to you. A Nigerian speaking on a news platform in CNN said he was asked, what will be the strategy that any serious-minded politician will use to defeat Tinubu in 2027? And this is his answer. He said, set up your own parallel INEC to have offices in the same number of polling booths you have. And those same people will report, just like as INEC staff report, so your staff will report, collecting every piece of scores done in every of the centers. And when that scores are collected, you collect your own, tabulate yours, get your own results. And if what INEC is announcing is different from what you have, then let everybody go into the street and make sure that the results are upturned. Do you agree with that strategy?
No, not really. Not really, to be frank. You see, one judge over an operation, over a discussion, over an affair, over a disagreement or agreement is sufficient for people who want to play an honest game. Two judges is he said, she said, which is your own word. So whilst they're opposing, people will choose their side as to which is valid, and it would end in a stalemate at best. At best. So now we would ask for three. That we will say one said this, the other said that, and then the third one is now the real adjudicator. This isn't how to do things, KJ. What that guy is stating is that the system is broken. That's what that answer to the question put to him is. It suggests the system is broken. My appeal to Nigerians, whilst I believe next year the election will go on, and if it goes on, I can only pray for Nigeria in what may and I want to be very wronged by the outcome and by the refreshing of the system. But me and you both know, and Masker knows, that that's not going to take place. That is not going to happen. We are going to have the same thing all over again. Masker agrees, the same old he just mentioned. But he says he's not in support of me saying it should be annulled. It's not annulled. It should not be, we should not go through the process of 2027 election at all. But he recognizes that the country really isn't ready for any election. I know Masker recognizes that, he knows. But he wants to be polite. He wants to be on the safe side of communications. Neil, I'm not like that. I say things as I see them honestly. There is no way forward with the way Nigerian politics and electioneering goes. There's no way forward. There's too much corruption in the land. There are too many liars at play. There are too many thieves within the infrastructure. So what just like Masker said, what do you expect from Adeleke? What do you expect from him? He will speak the way of self-survival. Full stop. So what do we expect of the next election? In true terms, let's be honest. Let's stop this shim-sham tightrope walking. It doesn't work. Let's come to the courage of the position that we foresee in our country. Our country and the people of the country and those who believe themselves wise in that country need to draw the whole thing to a halt, because it's shim-sham. It's not real. We are just following the behest of the strongest man in the land. And that strongest man is an ogre running a profiteering group of ogres. And we are now saying who of them are we going to follow? Me, I'm not following any of them. They're all rubbish. They're all rubbish. They're rubbish. I'm gonna say it. They're rubbish. When this guy comes on next week, I'm hoping to be.
I have one more question before I go to Masker. Now, the National Electoral Commission, in response to the accusation from Atiku Abubakar, said they only published what Tinubu filled in the form. They didn't go outside that. Whether he has primary school or not, that is not their business, but they published what he filled. Now, Atiku Abubakar, and I'm wondering why all the Nigerian lawyers have not seen this all this while, has done a very clever thing. Whether he'll get justice or not is out of it now. But Atiku Abubakar went to court. And by the Nigerian constitution, for you to hold a public office in Nigeria, if you went to the university, you must have a service record. You must have done NYSC. And so since Tinubu went to NYSC, by the pictures that are displayed on we have seen, which they also have, which he has a certificate, Atiku now have gone to court saying, please let him come and tell us. Is his name also Kunle Adekunle inside, and all the other certificates are there? So is that, do you think it's something that the courts in Nigeria can actually be able to adjudicate and bring out the true personality of Alhaji Tinubu?
Again, KJ, you're asking a question that maybe you should be the person answering it.
No, I'm asking you.
No, I hear you. I'm not running away or from the question at all. But Tinubu is the most suspicious person who has ever held office in Nigeria. The most suspicious. Nobody knows the truth about his background. Yet, this man is running the country. If that in itself, before you go to any court, if that in itself does not tell you that the Nigerian system is corrupt from top to bottom, I can't help you. Tinubu is a ghost as far as everyone is concerned. He's a spirit, a shapeshifter. I mean, what are we looking at? What are we talking about? We speak as though the country is normal, and the country is far from normal. Nobody has to do that in England, though, and I don't want to necessarily compare Nigeria to anywhere else in the world. However, you cannot hear of such thing in England, that nobody knows the person who's running the country. We don't know his friends from primary school. We don't know his friend from secondary school. We don't know his family and where he's birthed from. We don't know that he's actually an accountant at all. What we do know, however, is that he has in America a record that says he has dealt with drugs at a high level. It says he has started his corruption journey from an awfully long time ago where he paid up to $3,500 to some institution in Nigeria to get him off the hook. I mean, we're not serious. We're not serious. Your question may sound to me, bruh, it's like, are you taking Tinubu? Do you think that there's any court in Nigeria that is going to hang Tinubu or going to bring him to justice at this time, with all that we know about Nigeria and power men? You're not bringing Tinubu down in no court. There's no court in the land that's bringing him to any level of any justice in this present dispensation. It's not happening. So we again put ourselves in the position of beggars. We are begging. They said that somebody wrote letter to European Union. That's begging. That's begging of the highest order. That you are begging people to come back and rescue us from our own stupidity. I mean, I don't think we are men in that country. I don't rate our men.
Yeah, hey, Jabu, that is for me. If I was Nigerian, well, let me not talk about myself now. But that's the funny thing. that's the most chilling part for me. And when these questions are raised, people just dismiss you with it doesn't matter. I mean, why are you so concerned about what is wrong with this thing? What is wrong with this thing? So my question now, welcome Consign. My question now
good day, my brother.
My question to Maska is, Maska, so now since we don't even know what to say again in this case, because even the people who went to school, they wrote, in fact, for you to be, I think before, for you to be for a senior lecturer 1, you must have written up to 8 papers, if I can remember very well, because I did a little bit of teaching long time ago. You must have written at least an 8 acceptable, submitted to the college board. Okay. Now, for you to be a professor, you must have written more than much more than 30. What am I talking about? You must have written tons and tons of publishable paper in your line of what? Of profession. If you're a doctor, you must have published in medical journals around the world. I think it's about 30 around the world or thereabout. If you are an engineer, you must have done the same thing. If you're a theater artist or a media person, you must have published in many media outfits, okay, around the world. 10 papers. And now these same people are standing and telling you that it doesn't matter if the person who is leading your country has those certificates. They don't even know where it comes from. Maska, what is happening? What is happening? Have people been bewitched, just like somebody said?
Well, at least we are better than those who have run away.
Some of us run away for our life, my brother.
You are still a coward. A coward
Yes,
dies many times before his
agree.
natural death.
I agree. My late father said that a coward stands
Right,
to
so I haven't said that we that are still here, we the bewitched, are still better than those that have run away.
Okay.
Yeah, KJ. Where we are looking for answers, that's not where they are.
Okay.
This is not where even look. The questions we're asking are the wrong questions.
Okay. Tell me the right question. You can frame it and answer it.
No. It's not you that I'm
okay.
Just speaking in a hyperbole. I'm just being hyperbolic.
Okay.
The point I'm trying to make is that the foundations even of a country, we've not started building them.
I agree. You're correct.
Okay, so if you build the foundation correctly, actually, you should not be looking for any certificate for a president.
I agree.
It's not required. That you are a professor doesn't mean anything for you to lead a country if the foundations of that country is correct. And unfortunately also, if the foundations are not correct, Bring the best professor in this country. Is it not the professors that they all call that are always aiding and abetting this rigging? Is it not the professors? Every election we hold, they go and look for people from the university. Even the current INEC chairman is a university man. So I'm saying that don't look at the qualification of the person. This is where we are always missing it. To start arguing about the person's qualification, you miss it. We need to go back and look at the foundation. And the foundation, honestly, is that, as far as I'm concerned, every single country that I've seen that have moved forward, it is the middle people, the you and me, the jargon, that have taken charge and taken responsibility. Yes, maybe one person will be an outlier. If you take South Africa, for instance, even their independence, yeah, people will talk to you about Nelson Mandela. But I can list to you 1,000 people that even me, I know that were part of their freedom fighters. 1,000, I can list them for you. And once you provide that concerted leadership that is genuine, every other thing follows. The challenge, if you ask me, in Nigeria, is that all of us we are either ducking from the reality, or those of us that are not ducking are not looking at the right places. Well, simply that we have this defeatist attitude. The people who are concerned that can build Nigeria are much more than those that are spoiling Nigeria today. But unfortunately, because of religious issues, because of tribalism, because of lack of the ability to be able to look at the proper place, we've not been able to hold any conference, for instance, that genuinely these are people who want to build Nigeria across religious lines, across tribal lines, across party lines. Let's just come together one day and have an honest discussion, even just to show our numbers. Let's even not agree on anything, just to show our numbers, just to shake hands and say, oh, I'm for Nigeria. You say, yeah, you are for Nigeria. These are the fundamentals that this country is lacking. Go and look at, say, for instance, what is this country now? Rwanda. This same Rwanda that we're talking about, that they had a, what do they call it, genocide. Look, go and look at the country. Every Saturday, they come and clean out their country. What is the president's qualification? Is he a professor? These are the things. We need to be honest with ourselves. We will have to salvage this country. If we don't do it, we can blame every other person as much as we like. As long as we don't roll our sleeves and roll our trousers and enter ditch and fight. This is the same story our children will be telling. We are the problem. I rest my case here, KJ.
Consign.
Yeah, Mr. Dr. KJ. Mr.
Thank you.
Jagun. Good morning, Mr. Jagun.
Good day, sir.
Before you came in, I was where I was alluding to. It's not because, like somebody asked, it's not because I'm looking for academic qualifications. But you see, one of the things that education helps us to do is to have a process of thinking, a process of being able to analyze, a process of being able to reason things out, by vigorously debating things and all that. Not necessarily because of the qualification. There are many people who have run countries down, who are very qualified education-wise, but they were never able to be good managers. So it's not about the qualification per se, it's about the thinking process. Because if the people who are leading Nigeria have been thinking properly, why will you take Nigerian money? Let's even assume you want to steal. Why don't you steal that money and invest it in Nigeria, where young men, young women can see job and work? You take the money, you go to the Bahamas, you go and buy a house, start businesses there, help the people of that nation while your own people are suffering, I don't think that's a proper way of reasoning. Now, none of it, there's never been a reverse in the case that somebody in America steals money from America and come and invest in Nigeria, or somebody in Britain steals British money and come and invest in Nigeria, or someone in South Africa steals from South African government and come and invest in Nigeria. If you have not seen that, Mr. Consign, why then do we continue to behave in this stupid way of taking our federal money and go and invest in countries where the people don't even care about you? Do you know what it takes to have a house in America? Whether you live in there or not, you pay. You pay the rent for that. You pay the mortgage for that house. If you don't own it, even if you own it, you still pay. If you are not living there, whether you're living there or not, at the end of every month, you pay for the utility. You must pay for the utility, and you cannot afford to leave the house to be in a disarray form. If it's that way, the city council will charge you. So you have to make sure that your compound is well tidied up, well the lawns are put properly, the paints are okay, everything you have to put it properly. So if you be in Nigeria stealing Nigerian money and using to service your utility or your mortgage in America, where has it been before? In which please, if there's any country that people have lived where there are people from other nations who came and do that apart from Nigerians, let us know. You come and buy a whole street, okay? You buy a whole street and live in one house and lock the rest up and go away. Where is it done? And what do we need to do to change it? I'm coming to your concern. You need to tell us how we need to do this thing.
Mr. KJ, you see, sometimes when you start looking at Nigeria, looking at the problem of Nigeria, you start laughing. Sometimes it's laughable. You see, I will come to that side, but I want to talk about that Deleke. Because you were arguing with Masaka was asking you why you so concerned about him saying Tinubu, congratulating Tinubu and all the rest. You see, the problem is this. For that man, it's unfortunate we have this kind of people in Nigeria. The man is not even sympathizing for those who died. He's not even sympathizing for them. His only concern is about thanking Tinubu. And I saw him at an interview at Channel Television. Akimbele were asking him, are you really serious about supporting Tinubu or what? Or is it because so that he can support you in your re-election? He was telling him, no, I sincerely want to support him for his re-election because he's a Yoruba man. And he has started some reforms. And also wanting to build some roads for Yoruba land. You see, it's very unfortunate. You see, we have many criminals in Nigeria. And that is why the country is not moving forward. Because I think that these people, these criminals, they don't care. Or, again, I think some Yoruba elites, many of them, don't care about the common man. No, they care about let the Yoruba man be there. Whether he's really not surviving, whether we are surviving, whether we're not surviving, let him continue to be there. Because a fine gentleman like him, I don't see the reason why he have to be bringing those nonsense from his mouth. A man like that the people came together, or some people came together, they died for you, and you may become even the man who wants you to die. Tinubu want him to die, but instead of thinking about the people that helped him, he's talking about nonsense. You see, so. Then that's got me to even I don't agree with Jagun sometimes, but today, Jagun made a very good point. And I used to say this before. Where are Nigerians? Where are the intelligent Nigerians? Do you have even men in Nigeria today? Because the way you look at Nigeria, it's like we don't have men. We don't have people again. It's like the intelligent people are already dead. Because you can't talk about a country, it says no certificate. The president have no certificate. The president have a secondary school, he doesn't have primary school, and it's very good for you people to talk. The National Assembly did nonsense they did, and it's very good for them to come out. They don't know that the world now has gone global. This internet world we are now. Everybody is listening to what you are saying. Everybody knows what you are saying. Everybody knows what you are doing in the country. That our president, he didn't go to primary school. He didn't go to secondary school. Even the university say went to America. One, it was Chicago State University. Another time, it was University of Chicago. And another, and the people are listening. Other presidents are looking at us. How can South African people, the government of South Africa, be looking at Nigerians and how can even America, how can Britain, how can other people be looking at somebody from Nigeria? That person using everybody in Nigeria is using fake IDs. That's what it means. If our president is having a fake ID, if our president, we don't know where he's coming from, we don't know anything about him, it's very, very insulting and very, I don't know, it's degrading to us. It makes us look inferior to any other people in the world, while we're supposed to be superior. I've been to many countries in this world, honestly speaking. I've lived in many countries. There is no people you can see that work hard more than Nigerians. There is none. I have been to many countries. No people work harder than Nigerians. You see? So when the people start looking at us now, so these people are parading, all the things they're doing is fake passport. Their presence is fake. The National Assembly, we're supposed to be respected, come to make this kind of law. So why will people look at us? It shows that we are nothing. Then you come to about what you said about this issue of what money, people taking our money and investing. My brother, it's very unfortunate and appalling that we travel out. I used to tell people who come to buy something from here, when they ask me even where I'm from, I say, my friend, I don't come from that side, man. Because I say coming from a stupid country. That's what I used to tell them. Because it's very obvious that we outside. We outside, we are working hard, we are suffering ourselves, we send money home. But those at home, those nonsense ministers and nonsense, we steal the money there and bring abroad. Let me tell you one story. There was the last 4 years or 5 years. I went to Uber. One Uber guy. My car, I have a problem there, so I went to Uber guy. The guy was an Ethiopian. So we are discussing. They know that I'm a Nigerian. Then he started telling me, "Oh, you guys have money. Oh. Do you know that one guy that I used to pick up every day is a student? One guy is a student. The parents bring him here. He's schooling here. Whenever he's taking this guy out, this guy, whenever I take him out to go and they enjoy, whenever I pick him up, this guy will keep him. That Uber guy will not move out. Even if they're staying 5 hours to 6 hours, that Uber guy will be in the car. After they enjoy, then he come to the car. You drop him. Can you imagine? So check how much a student, it's not working. He's only eating, this is the money that the father is sending him. You see? Then there was a time I was working. The time I came here, I worked. We were working with one lady, one Jamaican lady. The lady is friending a Nigerian again. That the guy is friending is a student. But this guy beat this girl so much. But the guy don't want to run away. The girl don't want to run away. You know why? Because this girl is giving this boy is giving the lady whatever he wants. He said the father bought 2 houses for them here. But he doesn't want to tell us the name of the father. You understand what I'm saying? So my brother, that's the thing. When you go to let me give an example. Go to Namibia. When you go to Namibia, it is difficult for a minister of Namibia to steal one of Namibian people. There are 3 ministers in Namibia. There were 3. Attorney General, Fishery Minister, and one other minister. They were involved in what they call it in a fishing scandal. My brother, do you know up to today they were not giving bail? Up to that case, they have not been given bail. They're still in jail, in custody, awaiting trial up to now. So the Nigerian thing is that, you see, we have been meant to be a country that is it's like myself, I've told people before that Nigeria is a cost place. Because when you go to Malaysia, you see how they operate. You go to Namibia, no Namibian or South African or even Botswanan can say the minister is working. No, none of them. I'm telling the truth. You can't see any of them say the minister, he build the road, is working. No. They will tell that is his job. which he's supposed to do. But in Nigeria, we see a minister that is not working. He's going on the road. He's going. We are shouting. We are hailing him. We are hailing him. What do you hail him? Somebody who is working, is getting a salary. He's working. Instead of you to you say he's working. Even our journalists in Nigeria, when Tinubu do something, they say Tinubu is trying. He's doing what? He did when the minister do something. Yes, that minister is working. What is the minister working? He didn't even provide the social security for people, but he's working. He built a road. He built a bridge. What is a bridge? I have never been to any country that I have been, and they say that I see where the road is being constructed, where they may build the road and they officially commissioning the road, or even a bridge. It's only in Nigeria. So it's like, personally, I myself happy that we are very cost people. And they come to think of it, if our president is fake, there is some ministers in Nigeria that are fake. There is the other day, somebody went to the zoo in Nigeria. I don't know whether it's Kogi or Parasite or what. They advertised there's some lions there. The person went to that zoo. You know what he found? He found the effigy of a lion, not a lion.
Yola.
Thank you, Yola. So what tells you about that is to tell you the region of Nigeria. That we are a fake country. The politicians have made us to become fake because they're fake. So you see, when you are talking about all these things, you know, I understand what Maska was saying that time. If you are looking at Nigerian issue, and so my brother, that person can die. Sometimes there's some news that can come out of Nigeria. You'll be like this, laughing. I say, is this really people who are saying they're intelligent? Is these people that people say we are this, we are giant of Africa, we are giant of nonsense? You'll be wondering, where is this coming from? Look at some boys for the Tokobolo took to Benin, took to Osun State. Look at what they are saying. That he will remove the governor. This that. Look at, even one woman today was angry with them. You see, so at the end of the day, there's this election in Osun State, and all the whole governors left whatever they are doing in their states, start coming to Osun to do what? Or if you check now, calculate the whole money that these governors have wasted in Osun State, this election has cost in Osun State. If you're wondering, is these people really human beings? What are we doing? You see, I'm talking about Nigeria. I listen to news. I have time every time to listen to Nigerian news because I'm making business. I'm not working. So I wake up in the morning, I start listening to news but for me, with the way we are going, we cannot go anywhere, we cannot reach anywhere. I put it again that I submit now. You know, I don't normally used to have time to come and because whenever I'm like this time now, it's a bit free for me. In the day, people are chatting. When I want to talk to people chat on me. So my phone will go this and again. That's the problem. Because all my phones is for business, you know, I make online business. So that's the problem. So, but whenever I have time, I submit today that the best thing, Igbos is a problem of Nigeria. Even this thing that Deleke is saying today, because it's an Igbo man that they believe that if things works out, that man maybe Obi can be there. That's why he said he's supporting him. For me, I believe that the only thing that can help us help everybody. For me, I believe that I think that the other tribes or some other tribes or some of them supposed to be ashamed of themselves. Because these people you people are looking for, these people you people are destroying, these people you people are trying to destroy. You are going after them. The Buhari was there. He formed all this nonsense. They are killing Igbos. The Muslim Yoruba group and the Muslim Fulani group have been killing Igbos all along. They are trying to destroy us. They don't want to do anything. Make even River State, even Delta State, they don't want to make a seaport for them. Why? So that Igbos will not benefit. You understand? Even now, they have started that thing again. Hey, let Yorubas don't vote for Igbo man. Because if they vote for Igbo man, the Igbos, the Calabar or Igbo people, they will have their support and people will not be coming to Lagos again. That is nonsense. So with what is happening, Obi may even win again, but they will not give to him. I submit today that the best thing for we, the Igbos, is this. Let the people, leave Igbos to go. Because like this, Igbos are learning evil. Because Igbo man, not that Igbos are not corrupt or bad also, But a real Igbo man, a genuine Igbo man, doesn't believe that this kind of way is the way he can go. No Igbo man can truly support an evil thing. When you say an evil man, say it's an evil man. When you say an evil thing happening, say that thing is evil. Don't go and say that is not evil. If that is or the others, they see that this man ruling us is not qualified to rule us. Even today, please, let me finish. Let me make this point. Today in Channel News, no, in this thing that Abati used to conduct every Sunday. That's it. I forget that name of that thing. Every Sunday he used to do that thing. So one Yoruba lawyer there, and so they said even this case that what is done that Atiku is bringing, that is dead and arrive and this and that. My brother, this is a genuine, this is a very true case. This is a very good case. But you see, they will bring it. Even about himself, he's supposed to. He whenever he's talking in this news, he goes for Tinubu. Whenever anybody bring out anything about Tinubu, he bring it down. But if you bring anything about APC, he will condemn that thing. But don't you talk about Tinubu in the wrong way. No. Abati will tell you no, it's not. So I believe, for me, the best thing for us, other people can be ashamed of themselves. Because these people are trying to destroy have not been destroyed. Upon all the $20 you gave them, $1 you gave them, it's not destroyed. If anybody is talking about status governors are not that people are not representing anybody or any Igbo man. Only the man of Abia, because Abia people, Igbo people voted for him. These other people, Soludan, nonsense. No, Igbo people don't vote for. These are people that we are used on Igbos, imposed on Igbos. So those people are not Igbo people. For me, I believe that the best thing for this country, is to divide this country. Yorubas can do better if they are alone. Fulanis can do better. Or no, they can do better. And if again, for somebody, an idiot to come and call me an infidel, while that infidel is from where he's getting money, where they used to go and get their oil and gas to feed their people, and he's calling us infidel. And that infidel is the one feeding you. That infidel is the one giving money to go to Saudi Arabia. Is that infidel? That is, the majority of them are not working, but they call us infidel. That is nonsense. To yesterday, where in the world have you seen that a governor or a government go and make wedding for people? It's not improvising them. It's not killing them. You can make a wedding for people. God, instead of starting business for them, or instead of helping them to work hard or to invest in agriculture, to help them in the agriculture, you are making wedding for them. It's not killing the young men.
Thank you so much. Let's move.
A town hall different from blue, blabber.
Okay.
Please, just 1 minute, please. I want Atiku. Let Atiku don't stop. That case, let him continue. Whether it cost all him billions let him continue. Because no country can be in no right thinking people can be in the country and it's somebody who have no certificate, somebody who is like a ghost, like ruling the people. Now there is a ghost minister. How many ghost ministers do you have? Let Atiku go, and even if he's a bad man, no problem. Let him continue on this case so that they can find the solution to this problem. Because if with the way Nigeria is, we are not a disgrace to ourselves.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
So everyone have their own names. So you cannot tell me not to answer my own name. Now,
we are enjoying the moments of this program, and we are gradually drawing it to a close right now. I see Mr. Igbo Basics. Are you ready to talk to us now?
Igbo Basics is driving. I'm probably in about 15 minutes if you're still on.
All right. Okay. I'm not sure we'll have the next 15 minutes.
I was wondering, I couldn't find how to get in to see you ordinarily to just watch, but that's why I'm here.
Okay. All right. No problem, sir. And I don't even want you to park anywhere at night, just until you get to where your destination is. All right. Maska, give us your your final thoughts on these issues. And I'm not saying rant because I don't do rant. Ranting is for people who don't have anything to, you understand. So what will you say? And we played a video that we didn't touch here. Maybe that's probably where you want to conclude from. Obi has now come out to tell his people this is the structure we are forming. People should get into obedient movement, do you support that move? And do you think that is going to yield the necessary results? And also, as you round up, the G100, what do you make of it?
You know me, KJ, I don't like, my brain is a small brain, so it likes to deal with concise issues. I know they carry, when we're young, the culture is that if you do something very well, we rear fowl, not chicken, it's fowl. So they will say, well, go and catch one fowl and slaughter it yourself. You barbecue it, maybe you and your friends, when you do something good. And the first lessons we learn, like there may be 10 or 15 fowl. If you make the mistake of following after like 3 or 4, you may not catch anyone. So as children, we've learned early in life too. Once they say go and catch one fowl, first you study this fowl and see which one you think you can catch. And once you zero on that fowl, anywhere that fowl enter, that one, and your eye is not in any other fowl. You focus on that fowl, and that's how I've grown to be. In discussions, give me a concise part. Even when we used to go to farm, they know me in our house. When we go to the farm, I'll say, give me my own portion. When I finish, I may not leave you people in the farm, but I'll go under the tree and sit. I know that. They say, what I do? I say, Daddy, I finished my own part. Say, okay. Give me something I can farm precisely. This one you are putting
I like your strategy. So in rounding up, I mean, the other ones have already talked about it. So in going forward, what are you going to advise those who are preparing for 2027, seeing what they've seen today?
I would advise them not to waste their time. I'm not serious about this thing. Sincerely speaking. No, sincerely. Anybody who is going to contest, in his mind, if he thinks he's a good man, he's wasting his time. What we need to do first is to galvanize our people. We need to galvanize our people. And because, look, this thing is so logical to me, KJ. And I've had the opportunity to sit with some of the governors in my life. This thing is so clear to me that, like, the idea that you first contest is not, because how many years are you going to spend, KJ? As good as you are, how many years are you going to spend? What we need is to galvanize our people, to conscientize them, so that even after us, the good people have gone, never again will they give room for charlatans and allow them to be in position. And as long as we don't do that, you may go in there even for 8 years, do all the good work you will do. They will, after you go and elect a charlatan that will come and destroy everything that you've done. So for somebody like me, it's so crystal clear. That is not where to go and start. That's not the beginning. We need to build the foundation of this country. And that foundation, like I keep saying, is for people like me and you to all come and agree that this is our responsibility. This is the only reason why you go to school, to build a better society. I could have been a billionaire without having to go to school. I know that there are many billionaires without going to school. So let's all work together. Part of it, you people are part of the problem. You go to school and the first thing you do is run away and leave the country behind simply because of bread and butter. Let's agree that collectively we have a responsibility to build this country. Let's educate our people. Not that this thing, it doesn't take much. Somebody like Peter Obi is doing the right thing. He is contesting, but in my mind, when I look at him, he is just educating the people. He is making them conscious. And if you look at the man, you can see that his tendency is not really to be in that position of power, but to make people understand that this is the right thing to do. So anybody who is killing himself to go and contest now, you do the contesting, you do the winning of the election. Are they going to allow you to do the work? All the people that won in that Labour Party, where are they today? And as much as what's the name of this guy in what's the name of this former banker now? What's his name?
Is he contesting? Is he contesting?
This Imo State guy. Alex Oti.
Alex, okay, Abia State.
Oh, Abia, sorry. I'm sure one of the key lessons that he will get to learn is that if he doesn't conscientize his own people, after him, they will go and elect a charlatan that will come and rubbish all the good work he has done. So it's very, very important for me. That's where the work is, not in. I can't advise the man who has decided. In fact, I'm currently celebrating because I have a very good friend who for 2 years he has been contesting to be a governor in his state. No, 2 times now. But I think he has realized that it's not a game cut out for him. He just declared not too long ago that he has decided not to be a politician. A lot of us are celebrating and jubilating for him. So there is no advice I have for anybody who wants to go and contest 2027.
Okay, Masker, you surprised me there. Was okay. Because you see, one of the things I realized long time ago is that you don't use good men to repair a bad society. Good men.
God will bless you. God will bless you. God will bless you.
You don't. You use the same crooked, LGBT people to repair a society. That's why I thought that Tinubu would have done better, but he refused. All right, Jagun.
Sir.
Sorry, KJ, before you move on this matter that you've raised, see, I also have an argument that with a few exceptions, sincerely speaking, when you're looking for gentlemen and good people, Nigerian leaders are gentlemen and good people. If you start from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, there's nobody in the world that can tell you that that guy will not pass for a gentleman. Nobody.
Yep.
I'm sure you know Shagari.
Very well.
He's not a bad person.
No, he's not. In fact, Tafawa Balewa was known as the golden voice because the man speaks.
He had the golden voice.
Oh yes, my auntie talked very well.
Fast forward from Shagari. Are you going to tell me that Goodluck Jonathan was a bad man?
No.
Or was Yar'Adua a bad man?
Yar'Adua was a good guy.
Okay. You see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
So look, we are the problem. I repeat, we are the problem. God has given us good people as leaders, even though you can also argue to support you that is not a gentleman that Nigeria is looking for, sincerely speaking.
Okay, thank you, sir. Jagun.
But I rest my case there. And again, just to show another simple examples of when you have people will be shocked, but people don't understand that in this Nigeria, a northerner has sent a Christian to be the governor of Kano State. So when I hear all these religious and tribal issues, people is funny. It's just because people have short memories. Kano State was 2 times ruled by a Christian.
Masker, if you go there, you find out that during the military era, so much of Muslim Christian wasn't played up. I remember one time there were certain people wanted to break into the military, and those people were shot down immediately. They were shot down immediately and dismissed. I don't want to call their names, but at that time, this religious issue was not this loud. It wasn't even recognized, and that you said truly, that many people. Abdullahi Sheleng was the governor of Benue State. Abdullahi Sheleng.
Sheleng, yes.
Yes, he was a Muslim. Okay. But he didn't have any problem governing Benue State. Now, nobody even thought about his religion. Okay, we were friends with his children.
Actually, three Christians were governors in Kano State at one point or the other.
Nobody bothered about religion. Oh. Nobody bothered. But they've destroyed the fabric of Nigeria because they are not able to be straight people. And that's the same thing they're passing to our people. I was talking to somebody the other day. I said, we were told that we are the future generation. Today, they are telling my children that the future generation. So we have lost our own leadership, because our own leadership is no longer there. They've been taken by the same people who got independence for us. They're still there.
Yeah, but KJ, again, on that note, there's also something that we are not telling ourselves the truth.
What is that, sir?
Okay. At what age do you think Yakubu Gowon became the
29?
Yes. These people took responsibility early on.
No.
See, hold on, KJ. Hold on. Let's be honest with ourselves. The truth is that our generation, we dropped the ball. We dropped the ball, KJ. I am telling you.
No, I refuse.
Yeah, it's okay. But the good news is the problem, KJ, you will have. The problem you will have. If we were a different generation, me and you, then we can have this argument. But the good news is that me and you were the same generation.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you clearly that we did not drop the ball. They refused even to give us a ball before we can drop it.
Okay, so you are thinking that power is given to you?
No, I'm simply saying that those who took.
Are you aware? Okay, so rewind back. Who gave Yakubu Gowon power?
That's what I'm going to now.
Who gave it to him?
Hold on. Before we get to that. Hold on. And many youths have tried taking it. Oka was about our age when they refused to give him. He didn't succeed. Babangida was about the same age. But what I'm saying is this: the British gave them that power. He handed the power to them. So somebody handed to them.
No, KJ. Don't talk like. No. Don't say it.
I'm coming.
The British did not give them power.
Who is them? Who is them?
Exactly. Well, even the Tafa Balewas, the Azikiwes that you are talking about, these people fought them. People say that we got independence.
You see,
yes, maybe Nigeria, but if you go to a lot of African countries, they fought. Okay, sorry, KJ, go ahead.
Maybe another time we'll make this as a topic. Let's find out who gave them. And what was those who told us that they fought for independence? What did they fight? What was the thing they did that gave them that made Britain to surrender to them? Did they go there with arms and ammunition? Who did they? How many people did they take prisoners before they gave them? So, but when they say they fought for independence, who they fight? Now, who they fight? Okay, but let us agree on one thing: that our people have refused to allow the youth, the middle class, to exist. Now, listen, these people, Yakubu Gowon took over to be head of state at 29. After he took over to be head of state at 29, did he continue the same succession? He didn't. Okay, there was not even time for the system to settle down to determine how people will now have to go from one level to the other. Let us look. A person who is 50 years old in America has already finished and is about to retire. In Nigeria, at 30 years old, you have not even left the university because the university is going on strike every day, every now and then. But here, at 30 years old, people are already, captains of industry because the environment is created. Listen, the tragedy of the Nigerian person is so much. I'll give you an example of myself, and I won't.
Before you even go there, KJ.
Yes.
Masca said, "Our generation have dropped the ball." There's a lot to be taken to that. There's a lot of nuance inside it where there is argument. However, if we are saying that if we want to compare ourselves at 30 in Europe and America and at 30 in Nigeria, these are two different things entirely, because those who are of that age group are still seeing themselves as youth. You can't call anybody in Europe a youth at 30. Nobody.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, but it's not what you're saying, because that was built. No, wait.
If you are listening to what I'm saying, you even get to
No, because what I'm saying ends it with what Maska is saying, which is that because whatever fight we have to fight in our country for dignity, self-dignity, we haven't done that. We've watched our parents or our forebears' generation run roughshod over us, so much so that we are panicked and scared in our own country. So instead of fighting the good fight, we ran away.
Yes.
That is called dropping the ball.
No, I do not.
You can agree or disagree, but it doesn't matter unless you're dealing with facts. Because you see, what we do a lot in Nigeria is protect our individual selfish minds as opposed to looking at the collective. How dare you call me a youth?
Okay, hold on. Let us hold on. Just hold on, sir. Let us even hold on. Let us follow the standard procedure. Hold on, sir. Let us follow the standard procedure of what makes somebody mature in Nigeria. You are told that you cannot enter the university except you are at the age of what? 18. So if you like whatever you do in the whole of your life, you can only access the university at the age of 18. Please count with me and stay with me. Now you have to go and do a 5 years course if you are doing law, or a 7 years course if you are doing medicine, or a 4 years course if you are doing just a BA. So from your 18 years, if you made it, if you didn't make it, if you couldn't get in the first time because JAMB will restrict you all kinds of stuff, you probably get into the university when you are 19 or 20. You graduate when you are 25. When you are 25, you have to serve NYSC when you are 26. When you are 26, you are serving. When you finish serving NYSC, you are coming out, you are looking for a job, which is not very available. Now, if you are well-to-do, where your parents' position, they will get you to a Petroleum Equalization Fund, or those other big places, or NNPC or CBN. How many Nigerians have the opportunity? So you find out that at the time you are 30 years old, Jabu, if you are listening to me,
I'm listening.
You are struggling to even be able to rent one bedroom that you can sleep in and look for how to survive your life.
Can I jump in real quick?
Your counterpart in England or in America can take university courses while he's still in secondary school. He can do university courses while he's still doing his secondary school, high school. And then by the time he gets into the university, he's doing 2 years. At the age of 18, he has already graduated and looking for a master's. And at the time he's graduating, he's already getting jobs, job offer in this university. And you are telling me that. So how do you compare?
No, you see, I'm afraid your argument doesn't stand.
No,
let me tell you. You are talking. I understand where you're going, but your argument does not stand. I tell you why. I tell you why, sir.
Okay. All right.
If I may, the reason why your argument does not stand. Wait, Igbo Basics, job. Please just hold on a moment. Thank you. The reason why your argument does not stand, KJ, is because if you look at the history of the European nations and you look at the history of Nigeria, especially in terms of education, my grandfather's generation and my father's generation, they didn't do it. They didn't do JAM. They followed the ordinary curriculum of the West. And in such, many of them qualified early. In such, many of them did their masters before they were 21, 22. That was the age. I was listening. JAM it came out of some level of trying to equalize between the North and the South. which the South foolishly, and I'll say again, foolishly doffed their cap to that level of idiotic understanding, where the South really should have been racing ahead. Why? Because it was time to. It was time to race ahead. But instead of doing that, foolish, idiotic Nigerian politics got in the way and created jam. That is the fault of that generation and the generations that followed. Because what you're underlining is all the things that were wrong. You went under that regime of wrongdoing. But it's only on this platform that you spoke about it, because you didn't speak about it where it was necessary so that thing can be overturned. This is responsibility that we're talking about. Responsibility. You can't just be looking at it and say, if I talk, or they will just bully me down. If you talk, they'll kill you, and all that rubbish that we have in Nigeria, where they want you to be afraid. Me, I didn't grow up with fear. I didn't grow up to be afraid. And I warred with my parents, with my own parents, about the things that they were trying to lord on me that I knew were obtuse. They were wrong. They were wrong. But my cousins, many of my people, they didn't do that. Instead, what they did is point the finger. So you are very bad. You are very wrong. Look at the state of the country. Look at the state of it. It happened because of people who were afraid. As this guy said, do you think those military young hoodlums, if you like, do you think that they were afraid? Yes, they had guns, but they also had some kind of agreement with which to move forward. Some kind of agreement. Well, you see, you can't exonerate yourself, which is what we like to do. It's not my fault. That's how it was. Oh God, go away, you child. It's
brother,
how I deal with that kind of.
No, my brother. I want just to let you know that it's well. Biophysics, what do you have to say?
I will have to pull up again. I'm on the
sorry, bro.
Nonetheless,
I'm sorry.
Let me my 1 or 2 cents.
I haven't had my last word, okay, Jay. I was just entering into the conversation.
I said it earlier on. It's our country, but some of the things that are happening as far as conscientizing our people is concerned, you got to be looked at. A few days ago, in my own community, some king said that anybody who doesn't vote for number 6, Mr. Benjamin Mkparu, that the land will kill the person. And then the people went on him. He retracted his curse on the people. My take is that you don't curse your people and you don't force your people to do anything. It's a free country. Again, a few days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, this past week, St. Benjamin Mkparu came to my own village to put in his campaign. Yeah, he was welcomed. The kings gathered around and, as usual, did what they had to do. They thanked him for coming and all the rest of it. But one thing that happened, which I want to bring to the national attention, is that ordinary citizens who should go to work and do their daily routine were prevented from going to work because Mr. Big Man politician is coming into town. To me, I think that's totally wrong. It's not everybody who wants to come out because anybody is coming into town to come and line up to support or not support. What I'm saying is that we should bring it to the attention of the nation. People who go to work should freely go to work. And if you chose to remain at home because you want to welcome one politician or one pastor or one priest or whoever, that should be left to the person. It should never be mandatory that people who regularly should go to their regular job would have to stay home in order to welcome any kind of politician. That is all I wanted to bring to our attention, and I wanted to also thank Maska for continuing to do his best to be as neutral from his own perspective as much as possible. I understand the rules of the game. I have been on the road, and I'm going to continue being on the road. I'm on the Garden State Parkway. That is all I have to say. And KJ, keep up the good work, because all we're doing is trying to keep the how do I put it?
The narrative going.
Keep the light, keep the candle burning. Yeah, because you started out earlier on, and you took it all the way. And I'm glad that Jagon and Masca, and maybe before you close, somebody else might come in. That is the essence of keeping the house.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and keep on doing. Oh, by the way, our photographer is in Ekiti State.
Wow.
I thought I sent you some of his movements and the things that he's been producing, and I learned that in Ekiti State, one of the traditions, they have some big masquerading today. Remember, we talked about masquerades earlier on. They did some really big masquerading today.
Okay, so we'll be looking forward to having you tell us about it. If you want, I can host a special program for that.
I will send you programs, because he ran across all the way from Anuchuku, where he went for an event.
I saw the one you sent to me. I'm still planning to do that. I want to do a story on Abia and all that. We'll put all that in.
No problem. Let's go ahead. Let me be on the move again. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much.
Jago, I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Now, Jagun, I want to let you guys, I'm drawing your attention to something. At the time that our fathers were doing ICI, I remember reading my uncle doing ICI, Institute of something Institute. They didn't have the well laid out process of getting, they didn't have JAM to stop you or to determine whether you're going to go to university or not. These guys had a straight entrance into the university. I want you to look at the fact that the years of your youth is spent within the time of education, which these people did not have anything like that. Yakubu go and didn't go to university. He didn't. Okay. Now, majority of the army officers at that time didn't go to university. But look at what the tragedy of the Nigerian society is, that at the time you finish, you are struggling to even find your footing, except you have a rich parents who will put you right. You are struggling. You cannot tell me that when you left university, you go and start fighting because you finish NYC. Why are you going to fight? Who even give you the footing to be able to fight? I give an example. There are some of us during our secondary school time and our university time, we started programs that if we were in other nations, by now we would have been world champions. Those programs ran for years. We didn't get any support from anybody. We didn't get anybody to even Hold on. We didn't even get anybody to even tell us, oh, what you're doing is even good. Nobody. So you find out that at the time that you have that so-called time of your youth, you are a youth even at 50. Okay. One time I went to a program in Abuja, and the guy who was the youth president, he was 50 years old, and I said to him, how can you be youth at 50? What? But he was in the youth party. He was the youth leader of a political party at 50. So what I'm trying to draw your attention to is the fact that the system has been compressed to the point that before you realize it, you are over 35. Before you even start thinking of getting your feet, except you have somebody who will help to start you up. That's what I'm just drawing your attention to.
Okay, but there are two things that I think, so that we can have clarity. The point I'm making, KJ. Okay. The first set of people that came into power, all this Tafa Balewa, they didn't just come into that power. They started long ago. They started in their youth. People like Azikiwe, people like Awolowo, even the Shagaris of this world we are talking about, they started very early and they kept at it. Okay? So, if you look at even this thing you are saying, do you know how many people became governor in Nigeria before they were like maybe 35? Do you know how old Donald Duke was when he became governor in 1999? Or Saminu Tulaki, even Chimaroki, this Namani, or even Uzo Ujok, or this Kalu, that were saying, do you know at what age he became a governor? And for you to become governor, that tells you that at least you must have started long ago. Do you get the point I'm making, KJ? It's not that the environment did not give people the opportunity. My argument is that, and I don't know why, but and you can see it if you look at Nigeria today, you can see it. The same issue that is annoying you, this Adeleke person, it's the general attitude. We Nigerians have become so docile. We take every shit. And in life, nothing is given on a platter of gold. Nothing, KJ. If you cast your mind back to your childhood, me, I will cast my mind back to my childhood. There are some people that will be harassing you until the day you stood your ground and give it back to them. That's the day they start respecting you. Nobody gives you anything on a platter of gold. Nobody, nobody, not anywhere. In our generation, let's not go there. But okay, so let me give you also a snippet. You talked about this G100. Do you know the leader of G100? You're muted, KJ.
Patotomi.
Okay. Who is the secretary?
Dr. Tanko Unisa.
How old is Dr. Tanko Unisa?
I don't know his age.
Exactly. But he's not an old man. It's not.
Well, again, you see, let me say this. If I was in Nigeria, I'll probably be also in that move. Or you understand what I'm saying? But what I'm saying,
you've already finished that, because nobody, it's not like they kicked you out of Nigeria. You left.
You don't know my story, so let's leave it at that. All I'm simply telling you, those people you saw now, some of them were with some of them in the same move. Dr. Moses Paul is not new to me. Paul is a younger brother to me. So what I'm simply saying that we have been in the trenches also, Masker. And I'm saying what I'm saying out of, do I look at somebody who will run away? We have been there.
Run away. It's not like look like you are out of the ring.
We just realize that the people do not want the country to change. They don't want good. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want you, Masker, as you here now. Those people you call your friend, if they got into government, they cherish your idea, they cherish your intellectual capability. They won't come to you. In fact, even if you struggle and go to them, they will keep you at the reception and keep Kabashi, whatever you want, Abashi. You will be there drinking this day. Every day you come and sit there, they will pass their back door and go away. Because they know you come and meet them and say, Danwa, is this what we discuss? They don't want that.
Sorry, KJ.
They don't want that.
Sorry, KJ, I have to butt in just to make a point of correction. Masker, while you were away for briefly, I had complimented you for, in fact, I'm yet to meet you. And by the special grace of God, one day I'll meet you. Because
Inshallah,
I told you in the program, I earlier told you that a friend of mine now, Dr. Selio Kogu, who is late now, he was the person who was trying to introduce you to me years ago. But that will come to pass by the grace of God. But the correction I wanted to make is this. Carlo, you just talked about Oji Carlo. Oji Carlo is from my village. But that was not the Carlo that I was referencing. I was referencing Benjamin Carlo, the man who is, the deputy speaker of the house or something like that, number 6 man in Nigeria now. So there are two different things. When you hear Carlo, all the way from Nana Carlo to Oji Carlo to, in fact, some people even started trying to answer Carlo for the heck of it. That's the point I want to point out.
No. The point I was trying to make to KJ is that even now as we speak, there were a lot of, when the politics came in 1999, there were a lot of young people.
Yeah.
A lot of young people that became governor.
Carlo becoming one of them.
Oji Uzo Kalu was less than 40 when he became governor in 1999.
He is my cousin, and I know him very well.
Yes. You can attest, he was a young man when he became a governor.
He was formerly in PRP as a member of the House of Rep. People don't know that.
Yes.
And I'm not
So,
saying Odi Carlo was a businessman who was selling palm oil, who was doing a whole lot of other things. He made his money before that period of PDP came to town. And Odi Carlo was one of those who financed that organization called the PDP, that party. He was one of those who financed it. This is before becoming governor and stuff like that.
and this is the point I was making, Igbo basics. You see, when you take responsibility at that early age, forget what Uzo Kalu has become today. Those people that are responsible are in responsible positions today. They took responsibility at an early age. We that are supposed to be the good ones, we that were supposed to be the good ones.
I wanted to end this show, but Masker, I want to call names of people who are about the youths now who have been in government and who were frustrated out. In the first place, listen, at a 30 years old man who wants to go for governorship, where will you get the money to even buy the form in the first place? So the stakes are kept against you. There used to be a man called Chukelu who was Minister of Information. There used to be a man called Femi Dorotoye, Felash Dorotoye. These people are young people who are full of ideas. Were they able to survive in the system? No. Did they even have the money that you are supposed to use to buy forms to even be able to contest? No. The system is skewed against you, except you accept to go in the direction that they want you to go. This is where I'm going at. When these people became governors, and this, well, how much did they buy the form that made them to become governors? Was it in billions? Now, let me tell you something, Masker. For you now to run for presidency in Nigeria, 30 billion is not even a starting point. I repeat myself, 30 billion is not a starting point. We have checked these things. So it is.
This thing you are saying, TJ, look.
Is it not true?
This thing you are saying, like, okay.
Are they not true?
Do you know how many young people have billions in Nigeria now? KJ?
You know, say me, I know some you how they take make their money. I know get that kind, so I don't know them. I don't know them.
I think we should move on because we're trying to prove. Wait. I don't think we needed this length of conversation coming against KJ.
Also prolonging it now by what I said. Go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, because KJ has stood his ground saying that the system is against us, against younger people, against right-thinking people. What KJ is mentioning is, to me, is just the obvious. But you're not making any point. You're just sticking your feet in the ground and saying, it's against us. Now, I'm saying, yes, of course I know this. I'm a Nigerian, but it's the obvious statement. But to an obvious statement, there's the obvious opposite. The obvious opposite is what to do when you are oppressed. Do you stay and take the oppression, or do you fight against the oppression? And I'm telling you that the Nigerian state and the Nigerian culture at large they are not fighters. They are afraid to fight. They have skewed levels of respect and respectability for their elders and wisers, according to them. This is the status quo. In every religion, in every culture and ethnicity and tribe in that country. That's how we operate. We operate like we are subordinates. When you have that kind of mindset, you remain a subordinate. And it's a shame that you don't understand that we understand. That's how Nigeria is, that you feel that we need to reaffirm our subordination.
Unfortunately, I don't agree with you, Jagun.
Bro, that's the breakdown. That is the breakdown. But wait. Whether you have had 4 attempts at putting your case forward, none of them are new. Nothing you said is new. Nothing you said is something that I've never heard before. I'm telling you that the whole of Nigeria needs to upgrade itself, and it needs to upgrade its cultures within itself.
No.
And it needs to be weighty. It needs to be stronger and wiser, and be able to deliver real truth. That is something. You know how they cussed Fela? In my own household, Fela is the age group of my parents. In my own household, this is me being honest, the way they used to use that guy to his name to wipe trash, they didn't understand what he was saying. You mean that guy who went to marry 27 wives? Smoke Igbo, he can smoke Igbo. He's a madman. Up to today, there's not one word that Fela said that is wrong. There's nothing that he said that we haven't lived through. But yet still, none of that generation cannot side Fela.
You see.
Wait, Joe, please let me because I'm
not good. More things are coming to my head. I don't want to.
I'm speaking now. It's my turn. I haven't spoken in a bit. What I'm saying is that the only reason why that generation has any respect for Fela is because the whole world loves Fela. That's the only reason. It's not for Fela, who was talking to his own generation about how stupid they are being, about the fact that things are just going wrong and we're walking by, about the fact that we are not being our true African selves. We are trying to become Oyibo. He spoke all these things way before we did. None of his generation listened to him. Abacha during himself threw his mum out of the window, killed her. That was the response. That Fela didn't stop fighting. Nothing stopped him. Why are we so afraid? Why are we stopping? You're not taking responsibility, I'm afraid. You see, life and death are hand in hand, two sides of the same coin. You know, if they said, if you have nothing to live for, you have nothing to die for. To have something to die for is an honor. Nigerians don't understand this. You probably don't understand the sentence I've just made. To have something to die for is an honor. It says that you have a direction of the way you are living, as opposed to be directed as to how to live. We're not doing it right in that country, and we're full of excuses. This is the bottom line.
This is the point, Jagun. We are full of
the bottom line.
All the things that you are saying, KJ, they are just excuses.
They are not excuses for what you say.
Let me tell you, they are just excuses, and I'm not excusing myself out.
Absolutely, me neither.
I'm not excusing myself, because if I take you through to the trajectory of the steps I take, I knew when I chickened out. I knew where I took the wrong turn. It's not really wrong turn, but it's the wrong turn as far as the country is concerned. All of us at some point, look, KJ, let's call a spade.
Let's bring it to a close, but I will not agree. I will not take responsibility.
KJ, don't be stubborn unnecessarily.
Before we close, KJ, hold on, KJ. Sorry, please.
You guys are failing to see that at the time you're talking about, Nigeria had just about 4 universities. Nigeria had just about 4 universities. How many was the population of Nigeria?
How is this university thing relevant?
Hold on. I'm telling you, the population have increased, and the thinking of the people who are leading us are still very, very primordial. So they are rather keeping the power to themselves. That's what I'm just, you know, what's with the point I'm making.
You can't say that, KJ. Nobody are the most important.
Hold on. Let's just do a common.
No set of people will give power to you. What the youth of this country that we should have done when we were younger, KJ, me and you, we then with the right ideas, we will have fought tooth and nail to kick these people out.
So let's just do a small this now. AY went to invest in Nigeria. You went to invest in Nigeria. Ajabu went to invest in Nigeria. How many of your
I
class?
didn't go to university in Nigeria. I'm a Londoner.
Okay, you were out. Those people
Yeah.
went to Nigeria. How many of your colleagues? How many of your contact, your friends or people you serve NYC with, who got employment immediately they finished, and who became somebody in the next 5 years that you went to school with? Can you remember anyone?
Yeah, I can remember plenty.
Okay, tell us.
Look, I got employment from the university even before I wrote my final exams by an international company. There was KJs. Let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. During my time, during your time, there was graduate recruitment in Nigerian universities. You cannot deny that.
I didn't have it too. I'm from the southeast. You forgot. I'm from southeast.
Okay, so maybe what you should say, KJ. What you see, and by the way, hold on, because you're laughing because you think you should listen to me carefully. It was not government that comes to do graduate.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Companies like what's this? Cadbury, companies like these are private companies. What you can tell me?
Evil banks. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. Let's leave it. Let's leave it. We have two more people who can talk.
No, this is the attitude that we did during our youth that led us to where we are today. We quickly leave things.
Absolutely. This is the breakdown.
Why?
Because we have been on this thing for the past 35 minutes,
and it's the fault of the generation of now. It's the fault of the generation of now.
Okay, welcome, AY. Welcome for.
Hold on, before you go to AY, KJ, you won't run. I will hold your feet to the fire today. Okay?
You know me now. I cannot. Why will I run now? But
so just hold on. Give me just a small time.
You guys are not hearing me, and I'm not hearing you. So we're not moving forward now.
Good. The time me and you went to university, we will be lying to say that it was a bad country. We were having graduate recruitment, and the work I got, everybody in ABU that year that was graduating was asked to come and write that exam, that aptitude test. It was an international company. Everybody wrote it. The opportunities were there. Don't tell me Southeast. You can tell me that you didn't go to Nsukka, because I know even way back then, it's not everybody that in the north that got that. Most of these companies, they will go to the few universities. In the north, they go to only ABU. I know they go to they go to Uniben, they go to Unilag, and I'm sure they go to probably Nsukka. But the opportunities were there. What I will tell you, KJ, is that during our time, most of us became selfish at some point. Everybody decided to go for his own self and build his life. But the truth is that we should have sacrificed and built our society. And if you had built that society, all these problems would not have been there. Even
those
if they
are words.
Today, they will not
those are words. Those are real words.
Okay. Let's hear from you, please.
Yeah, greetings, everyone. Well, I need to add to that. So what Maska is saying is very true. But I think the point KJ is also raising is valid. What really happened with Nigeria's system, right? I would say things were getting worse. Say from the last 20 years, things keep degenerating. I remember, like, when we graduated, you will see a lot of companies calling for tests, calling for interview. You do a couple of interviews, you have multiple offers, decide to take one. If you check, especially from the last 15 years, let's say 10 years, I don't think there is any company that is really recruiting right now. But what Maska is saying is so true that then in some of the universities, especially some of the federal universities in Nigeria, companies will come and conduct interview looking for fresh graduate, even oil and gas, Shell. I wrote Shell tests in at SLS Hotel Ogba in Lagos. Shell, Chevron, they were all recruiting. Mobile, they were actually recruiting. But right now, even the government, but right
of
now,
my friends got work with Coca-Cola.
Yeah, they were recruiting genuinely all across the country. But during Obasanjo, that was the last time I experienced this system. Even banks were recruiting massively, that people were just working for a couple of years, leave bank and travel, go for masters. It's just that the work was difficult. I think the point KJ is also making, if I'm correct, right now things have really got it worse. That I don't think
he's not talking about right now. He's talking about his generation.
Oh, okay. No, during his time they enjoyed now. They were jobs now.
This is what it is.
I'm sure KJ graduated probably 50 years before me. Even during my time, we were getting jobs. Yeah, I noticed we are getting bad. Right now it's worse. That's what I will say.
All right, thank you so much. Forefather, what do you have to say before we close?
Greetings, and KJ, thank you for having me. Greetings, all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. So, what is the issue? Is it that you are saying that Nigeria is worse today than it was before?
No. In terms of employment, yeah, of course.
Listen, that is wait. Let me give it to him. That is the obvious thing. We all know that things have progressively gotten worse from the inception, from 1960, of what became Black Africa's Nigeria. Now, in that things have gotten worse, and things were steadily getting worse, by the time of the 80s, in my experience, the country had really fallen below par. People were behaving extremely selfishly, as Masca underlines. That selfish attitude, largely, in my estimation, came from our parents' generation, trying to secure our futures and to have us think in a very individualistic manner. It happened within families, it happened within institutions, it happened at large across the society. What KJ is saying is that because things have become skewed against us, we remained as youth, which we understand to be the truth. But I say, and I suppose in some light, Masca says, that we made a fundamental error in not fighting the fight our generational responsibility was. We didn't fight that fight. We became lazy about the fight and became more selfish and sticking to our own pockets, as it were, and what we can do for ourselves, as was the example set by many of our leaders. Now, this took place and people generally became weak, which is the breakdown of the society that we have today. Now, we can give ourselves all the excuses we want as to why it happened. But just like the question that Pauvier asks many times on this platform, the former generation, our parents' generation, are they not to blame for the dire conditions that we find ourselves in today? And whilst we may say, yes, they have a lot of the portion of the blame, we too, in our generation, have a significant portion of that blame. Why? Because we refused to fight the good fight. We refused to argue with our parents and the older generation. We refused to identify right from wrong. So the whole thing, that's what is skewed.
I thought you were going to lay the question and let Professor make it.
No, I didn't put a question. I'm just putting to him the scenario of the conversation we had. Wait. Bros, you are the adjudicator here. We respect you, but don't try to stifle the communication we're having. I'm putting this to Forefather as to bringing him up to date. Where the discuss. No, he's going to answer his own question as you put to him.
Now that's what I'm saying, Jagun. You are taking too long.
No, don't say that we're taking too long. Because now Forefather is here. He wasn't here yesterday. He too can run the show.
We're not talking about yesterday, about today. I don't know what you're saying.
But I don't have unnecessary arguments, please. We're having one argument. Let's not stretch it to another argument. Are you with us now? Are you with us now, Forefather?
You have
yes, I am. I appreciate that.
Good.
Thank you for the breakdown. I was here by yesterday, by the way. I was just a little bit late. So AY called me and a few others. Regarding what you said, from my own perspective, I look at it from the point of view that it's like we have a car that needs a full tank to get to its destination. And when we had our independence, the car had less than even a quarter tank. But we never realized it. We kept going as if it was going to be sufficient. When the car broke down, we mended it a little bit. We still didn't fill the tank. We still keep going. And we are still doing it today. And that's why I said, even from the very foundation of Nigeria, when we had our independence, we're just on our way down. We just didn't know it. Just like somebody living with a quarter tank when they needed full tank. We are on our way down. And the reason why I'm saying that, can you blame the ones that took over? Because they were not any wiser, really. Because if, say, somebody like Murtala Mohammed, that was actually relatively conscious, was he not the one confronting the West, can decide that he's going to downgrade his military posture by having the size of the Nigerian military at the same time when he's confronting superpowers? Then walking around the Lagos streets without security, that kind of person is not aware they have a quarter tank or less. They are not aware. And the question you have to ask is, why were we like that in the first place? And I don't think we actually recovered from the colonization wars. We've never truly recovered ourselves since then. Maybe even before then, because we were busy selling human beings before then. We don't understand statecraft. We don't necessarily understand what it takes to ensure sustainable growth and decision making for your own nation, for the good of your own people. We've never truly done that. That's what I've seen, and I worry that even when there is little bit of improvement in the Nigerian situation, many people will go back to, we have a quarter tank, it's okay, let's just keep going, because they don't understand that their posture is not sustainable. I watched the Soviet Union collapse. I watched the whole nation disintegrate, being controlled by mafia. But within 4 years, they recovered because they had a full tank. They can change, they can misbehave, they can afford to make mistakes. But we can't. Every little mistake we make, we are paid, we are punished gravely. Look at America making catastrophic mistakes, but they will recover because they have a full tank. They have a sustainable nation that can withstand adverse periods, but we can't. Every time we suffer reverses, we pay dearly for it. Things affect us very, very negatively. And until we fix that macro level problem, we are going to just keep blaming each other for why. That's why I'm finding it hard to even blame Tafawa Balewa and all these people, because in the end, they didn't even know why would the Igbo man give you all that power anyway? It's not in their interest to train you at Sandhurst, Oxford University, all these places, and educate you to fully be self-sufficient. Why would they do that? When they have a massive continent next to them, they'll give you all the tools you need to come and take, basically overthrow their power, their control over you. No way, that's not going to happen. That's why they put the Commonwealth system in place. They put all the necessary system, World Bank, IMF in place to ensure they keep you under control. So when you look at it from that level, where do you start blaming? There's no point of us start blaming each other. And the truth is that if you look at other nations, the same thing happened to them. They don't. Most people think that those nations cautiously made those decisions. It's a kind of freak of history where if certain things befall you, you wake up to reality that, okay, if Nigeria had to experience something catastrophic, something that opens our eyes to realize that, okay, we are running empty here. We really need to get our act together because our tank is not full. We cannot sustain this type of development we have. If Nigeria recovers today to where we were in 1980, we'll still be back here again. If we go back to where we were in 1970, where we're enjoying, we don't know what to do with money, and we don't fill that tank, we'll still be back here again. Maybe even worse. So it's just, who should we start blaming?
Well, the only thing is, I agree with a lot of what you just said.
Hold on, Jagun, hold on, please. Forefather, the question now, which is the question I wanted which you brought us to this point. Maska said that we dropped the ball. In other words, we refused to take the position that our fathers took when they were fighting the independence. And that is why we are where we are. And I said, no, that we didn't even have an opportunity to have that ball given to us. Because at the time we were getting ready to come into youth, the space has already been shrunk, that these people didn't give us any space. At the time I finished university, I don't know when others finished. Okay, I didn't have offers coming from everywhere. Yes, in NYSC, people came and they asked a particular set of people with a particular set of courses. We left and we started our own thing because we couldn't get into the system. There was no space made. So what I'm saying is necessary, and I've still been on that point. A man in Nigeria who left university, a woman left university in Nigeria, the system has already been made in such a way that you are not able to even be useful in your youth. Your youth is spent through school. And I gave an example. I said, in other clients, while you're in secondary school, you can take courses in the university. That shortens the time you spend in learning. So that you see that some people, by the time they are 18, 19, they've already finished first degree or finishing first degree. But our system says in the constitution that before you can get into the university in Nigeria, it must be above 18. And now you get into the university at 18, you don't finish. God bless you if the school you went to didn't go on strike. So you remember there was a time people spent 6 years, 8 years in the university. They couldn't graduate because of continuous strike. Now, that same person who you are hoping that is going to become a youth and come out and be successful and then contest for power is still in the university at the age of 29, 30. He comes out and then he starts looking for a job if he's not well placed or his parents well placed in the society. Where is the time for you to go and now call him a youth? Because at the time he's settling down, if he's somebody who is, a nobody's son, as we all know, he's 35 getting to 36. Okay? Is that the time now you want him to go and stand and begin to contest for power? Which money does he have to even buy the phone to contest against these people who are already established? Listen, I went to school, and I'm going to call his name. One of the people who has been in government for I went to school with his son. Okay, I went to school about 2 of them. About 3 of my mates are in the National Assembly today. We were all in the University of Abuja together. All right. So, did I get to the National Assembly? Did I have the money to do that? But they had parents who already had the money to sponsor them. That's what I'm talking about. So those of you who have the know-how to go into the system and fight it don't have the opportunity. You are still struggling to make get your ass together. And that's what I'm saying. So if you don't see it, well, I can't do anything. But the time
KJ, what you are describing, KJ, is basically, when I said if you start with a quarter tank and you're heading in a direction, then you lose some of it. You are not going to get to your destination. What you are describing are symptoms of a system that was already hemorrhaging quality, ability to fulfill some of the things you are discussing. It's always bound for that direction. And the whole thing has already been cast, even till now. Because human beings, you forget, human beings start from somewhere. You can't just overnight wake up and you want to just go and overthrow everything. That's not how human beings work. They have to have a context that empowers them to do what they need to do, and it wasn't there. There's no use for people just saying, "Oh, we should have done this, we should have done that." How do you treat the macro? There's a reason why I specifically focus on national security, because often that's what you need to be able to start making sound decisions for your own people. In other words, you can be able to tell other people, "Leave me alone." Just like your immune system can make decision for you. If your immune system is not intact, all hell is, in short, everything is up for grabs. Your body will be determined. If a fly comes by, it will affect you. That's why when people have lower immune system, they isolate them. Because if you come out in the real world, you're not going to survive. That's exactly what is happening to us. We don't have an immune system. Zero. We are even we are even suffering allergic reaction because we too start attacking the system itself. we attack the system and make it even worse.
I
So
wanted
how
to follow.
do you treat the system?
I wanted to follow after forefathers last spoke. KJ decided to repeat himself, which for me, those kinds of conversations when we repeat ourselves and don't add to the forward motion of the they disturb me a lot. We shouldn't have to repeat ourselves. We listened carefully to
Jabu,
anything.
you know how many times I
Wait,
repeated
KJ, please don't do that.
No, don't say that.
No, don't do that. Don't, KJ, you gotta let me speak. Don't curb my language. Don't do it.
How many times you have repeated yourself on this?
No, KJ, we're not having this argument. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not putting down my statement. You don't have to defend everything.
Wow.
You know, you like excuses. It's fair enough you like excuses. For me, I'm going to underline them. So, in what you are saying, in stifling this conversation that I think is a very important conversation, and it's a conversation, one of responsibility. That is what this conversation is about. Whether or not we as ourselves, as individuals who want our leaders to take responsibility, are we taking responsibility? Are we doing that? Do we even know how to do it? Can we take the criticism that we bring out of our mouth all the time? Can we handle the criticism? I don't believe we can. I believe that we are used in our minds, even though our bodies are 60 years old and broken. It's not good enough. What I'm trying to persuade our panel of today, our platform of, is that as OVA rightly made point blame at the generation before us, I'm saying that we ourselves have our own portion of that blame. If you think you're blameless, fair enough. Go and sit down. If you think that you are blameless, that it's all everybody else's fault, apart from yourself, that's okay. But for me, that's immaturity. That's not mature, as far as I'm concerned. And where I wanted to go from where forefathers ended the first time was that where we are today and where we will be tomorrow, it depends on our generation still. Just as the gentleman today, Dr. Fidelis, was underlining that he still has petrol in the tank. That's how he put it. That I am still doing something in order to chart the course of Nigerian society because it's important to him. And truly, he's a man of experience and knowledge. So why not hear from him? For me, I'm saying that we are at a critical and detrimental position as Nigerians and Nigeria as a country. And if we continue to look at our governments and thinking that after, God knows, 50 years of us being adults and experiencing the Nigerian atmosphere, not just in politics or decision making, but in family, in institution building, in nation building, and all these important things that we have still left undone. All these things are still to be done. And we believe that we are going to get away and blame the older generation and then want the younger generation to now be successful where we have failed and are lending no guidance or help, then I'm afraid we are fooling ourselves. I'm afraid we're fooling ourselves.
Me, I would want to say good night.
All right.
But KJ, the last thing I will tell you.
Why would you cut me like that? Why would you do that?
Sorry, Jagun.
I find that extremely rude.
It's okay. My apology. Take my apology, Jagun.
I will take your apology, but I just don't understand how you did that. And consciously
part of it also is because at the end of the day, you and I know that at this session we are not too much.
It's true. It's true. I hear you. But, I think
anyway, good night, everybody.
All right, bro.
I think what I will leave you with is go and check the story of Fola Adiola, the guy that set up GTB in 1990. He was 36 years old. I had no money. I don't think he's from a rich family. He may not come from a poor family, but I think the lesson or the message I would want to pass to you That it's all about taking responsibility. If you are looking for excuse, there will be 1,001 excuses for us not to do anything. Fola Adiola has set up GTB today, and it was during this time. That was when I graduated. I graduated along the same time with Fola Adiola, and he has set up GTB. Okay, it was the same Nigeria. And
Many of us, we don't have to come and say what we set up. We set up many things. That's not what we're talking about. Some of us are privileged enough to have certain these things, but not easy. We're talking about generality of people here, not just a few individuals who sprang up here and there. That's the same quarrel I have with Chidoka when he comes and says,
you are not even listening. You are already on the defensive. What I'm telling you,
I'm not defending it. Okay, let's end the program. I beg. I
don't.
All right. Good night, guys.
Okay. Good night, Maska.
Thank you, Maska. Thank you so much.
Maska is trying.
But KJ, why is it that they were against you anyway? Because from what I can see, like what he's saying, is addressing the problems. Okay, saying a kind of like this is what led to where we are today, and some people are saying, "Oh, this is the solution you have to pursue." From my own point of view, both sides have a point, and if you can understand both sides and still do what you can.
This is what I'm against. This is what I'm against. You see, it's easy to stand up and say, "Oh, you guys dropped the ball. You guys didn't do this. You guys didn't do that."
He didn't. He included himself.
You have been talking now. Let somebody stop.
He included himself. So speak accurately.
You guys did this. You guys did that. But they forget the events of the time that played to this point. You see, if you come now and say, "Oh, this Tafawa Balewa was this old when they took over. This person was this old when they took over," that is very correct, and the system was running fine. But there was a disruption at 1966, and things took a different turn of events. Did Jacob go and just got up and take over power? So many things happened that brought him to power. Are we supposed to do the same thing to get power? Are we supposed to also have done the same thing to get power? This is the way Jacob go and got power, and the way that Babangida got power. Is that what we're saying? The system has already been disrupted. And everybody, whatever they had, they were keeping to themselves. Now, you and I didn't have the arms and ammunition. What are we supposed to have done to take over power? I'm just asking that question. So when you come and say the youths didn't galvanize themselves enough, in which way? Did the youth set up the price of getting to be a local government chairman, how much you have to buy the form for? Is it the youth that said that for you to be a president in Nigeria, that you have to have offices in all the 774 local governments? You have to have offices with furniture, with at least one staff. Is it the youth? Is that not constitutional requirements?
That's not more. Forefather, I'm afraid. The question, the argument that we're having.
I'm telling you the impediments that are
KJ, wait now.
Put on the road for any youth.
Please, KJ. Please, it's a discussion, not an argument. It's a discussion that we're having, not an argument. The discussion is given two sides, which is fair, but it's not an argument for me. What you are saying, I still don't agree with, even though what you are saying is correct.
Don't do what I'm saying. Don't say
even what you are saying is correct. Let me finish.
What you are saying also, if I decide to go that way, we'll have a discussion. So
no, KJ, no. When I say I don't agree with you, it's the same way you don't agree with me, which is fair. But let it remain a discussion and not an argument, because we're not going to we're not going to teach ourselves anything. What I'm saying is that when Nigeria is a work in progress, and from your time, leading on to my time, which is the 70s to the 80s, in that time, me and you in different parts of the world realized that Nigeria was becoming worse. My mind and my fight was with the authorities that were Nigerian around me, which were mainly in my family, because their understanding was the understanding of oppression. And when I say the understanding, the fact that oppression it stems from every institution in Nigeria. And we accepted the oppression hook, line, and sinker. Me, from my little area of the world where I was in, I did not accept this oppression from anybody, from no one. Jaguar is my name because that's the way I behave. It's my behavior. And in that, I go to Nigeria and I don't take any of their. There was a time I went to the power is not just in the politicians. That's not the only place there's power. Because as the fella song Power Show, I think you know that song. If you go and listen to it, you know everybody's getting power everywhere. There was a time I was at the airport. They took my passport and stole it. When I saw everywhere, the last man who held my passport that they were exchanging. You know, I changed my accent and I became so Nigerian. I said, if you don't bring that passport back, I blasted them. Bruh, if you saw the way they rearranged themselves. Because I wasn't doing that Nigerian thing where I was going to pay you money to do the right thing. I wasn't going to pay you money. I was going to tell you, if you don't sort out your life and do the right thing, you're going to have calamity in this airport. That's what I did. There was another time, again, the airport, they waylaid my trip going out until I missed my flight. And I said to them, I don't care that I missed this flight. Mio, I'm leaving this hellhole and I'm going to Europe. So if it takes me another 3 days to fly out, I'm going to do it. I left the airport that day because they weren't going to oppress me with their rubbish. They weren't going to do it. But there are so many instances, I'm afraid, where we need to fight, where we did not fight. Where we need to stand up, and we sat down instead. Where we need to achieve, and we underachieved. This is the issue, KJ. How many oppressive fights have you lost? How many oppressive fights have you won? It's the answer to your own personal question as to your own personal power. I didn't ask you to become our politician. I asked you to stand up as a citizen instead of moving around like a weak, God knows what. Too many of us do that. Too many of us behave like sheep. Too many of us behave as though we're non-entities. Even though we've studied, we've raised degrees, that means for all that you studied, that means that you haven't used 1 ounce of that study to fight for what is reasonable for yourself and for your people. This is the breakdown. The country didn't happen by itself. It didn't get to this corrupt position all by itself. It was the acquiescence of those who were oppressed. They acquiesced to it. And for the Nigerians that I have met, they have always purported strength. But against their own crazy Nigerians, they become weak. This is the position. And unless we accept that we didn't just arrive here just like that, we're Nigerians of 50 something and older, years older, but maybe 40 in AY's case. The thing is, what we have done is accepted all the bullshit. We've accepted it. The most we can do is jackpot. That's the most. We can't stand up and fight. Me, or you want me to die? So I should die for these people. That's our attitude. So for all forefathers said about security, which is largely correct, nobody is secure and nobody is really looking at security apart from securing their own self.
Okay, thank you. And can I have yeah, Igbo Basic, do you want to say something before we start rounding up?
I guess I just have to wish you guys goodbye and continue the good job you're doing. And there's not too much to say again other than what I've already said.
Thank you so much. AY.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Honestly, I think in a practical sense, KJ is actually very correct. I don't know why on this last point, because what is actually happening right now, the fight is still now. What is actually going on in Nigeria, you have because the youth don't have the resources to fight. They can't get into power. That is why they are, you see godfathers showing up to sponsor them. They want to control what they do. They want to control how they behave. Apart from that, even the godfathers, people with the money, the politicians, now they are putting their children in position of power. Even they sponsor them for election, for elective positions. This is the space we need to watch very seriously, because we don't have a system that will make a child of nobody without resources to get to those positions. It's getting more difficult even to contest for local government chairman now. You don't have godfather. Trust me, you're just gonna go there and waste your money. Nobody will give you a chance. So what KJ is asking for is, let's have a system that is working where I can easily go to my local government or go to my
who are you asking for that?
district.
Who are you asking for that?
Hold on, let me just finish. Yeah, I get both sides of the argument, but KJ point is very strong. We need to also pay attention to that point. You know what he's talking about, because yes, you could ask, who are you asking for that? Go and fight. But during the military, it was different. When you are a military man, you are in a position, you are with weapon, you have like mind. It's actually, you don't need money. It's actually easy to move weapon and say, hey, conduct it, cool. So, but what we are passing through now is actually worse. It's getting more difficult for
what you have to understand, if you don't
have
mind,
the resources.
If you don't mind, my brother, what you have to understand is that people fought against the regime of the military and they won.
True.
They fought. So you see, when we leave these serious points out, we defeat ourselves. I don't believe KJ's point is a strong point at all. I believe it's a weak point, and I believe what myself and Maska had to say is the real point. The rest is excuse.
Yeah, true, but both of us are right.
How did we win against the military? If you call this winning, maybe it's better to lose, don't you think? Because
I hear you, brother.
Given everything that has happened since then, we have lost since 26 years gone. What progress has been made in our situation? So one has to ask.
I tell you,
from the point master.
Go for it.
From the point Masker and Jaguar are speaking from, we need to organize and stop making excuses and take over the system. Try to fight back. That is also a valid point. But even KJ point, I'm also emphasizing, it's also right. So we start from there, we go fight and make sure we change the system. But it's a lot of work. We need to organize. So that's why I'm saying both points are correct. Yeah, that's
the only thing I will say to you is that whilst we have this apathetic view on how to fight, how to organize, why to fight, why to organize, and believe that we are going to be given something when we have never been given anything, I don't know where that point of view comes from. They didn't give us, KJ said. We weren't. I've seen it. I've seen it. It happens within our own families, where our father is not giving us the birthright that is ours until he's dead and gone, and that he's forgotten that he's supposed to hand over the power of the family to the next generation, making it do something. It happens not just in government, is what I'm trying to underline with you lot. It happens in our family. But because we don't want to speak about these issues that are very visceral to us as individuals, we make excuses. Over here used to complain.
Django, what AY and KJ is saying something different, but AY is trying to let you understand that just like identity on many issues, two things can be correct and you can apply an element of both. Like you want more direct action and being able to actually action things. You can do those
Because
things while still understanding, because as a matter of
no,
fact, it might
there's
actually
a
be
because.
essential
There's a
to
because
understand the
there.
challenges. No, I mean it might be essential to understand the challenges that you face, which is what KJ is raising. That these are the problems that you encounter, and at the
Yeah.
same time, you also want to
I
act.
please believe me and understand me that I am not against KJ's point, apart from the terms like nothing was given, that they did not do this or that for us. I appreciate all of that, and I'm saying it doesn't happen simply at the levels of high society and government. It happens to all of us in Nigeria because we are Nigerians. We live and suffer and almost agree about the oppression that we suffer, instead of bulking that this oppression is not for us. It's not for me. I have my children. There's the next generation coming. Are they going to suffer unnecessarily as we are? You know, the way I see Nigerians and Africans generally, and Black people, it's like suffering is good, is almost what Nigerians are suggesting to each other. We suffered. Do you know how much suffered we did? Did it suffer? I suffered. You suffered. Everybody else was enjoying.
But they did not
Everybody else
suffer.
was enjoying.
The thing is, I when the Nigerians say they suffer, the only tragic aspect of it is that they suffered for mostly nothing.
Exactly.
Otherwise, suffering is true for almost all nations. People suffer in different countries in different ways,
And what
Ukraine
you see of those people who suffer in different places for different reasons is that something has triggered out a leader or leadership or a mass organization that brings that suffering to a minimum. That's what takes place.
Because if you look at Ukraine now, Ukraine has hemorrhaged a lot of men, and Russia has. They are suffering. They are going through it. Some countries, are, even the UK, they are even looking at doing some rationing. So people, based on their experiences, they are feeling the pinch in many countries today. Some people are rationing petrol in their country, but they are doing it for a reason. They are getting somewhere. We, as Africans, are not getting anywhere. I just wanted to say one quick thing.
That is the issue, forefather.
Let me just say one quick thing. One of the things that really pisses me off every day, every time I'm finding out more and more about Nigeria, is that like now there's a news going around that Nigeria and South Africans are arguing, which is what's happening anyway. Point is, I feel like Nigerians and has been so we have come so low. Can you even imagine just 40 years ago or so? We were the one taking pay cut for South Africa. And today, look at how low we are, to the point where people are saying, oh, if Nigeria and South Africa works together, that we are going to be very, very great. We're going to make the country great. If you look at it in real terms, it's not even South Africa we should be looking at. You should be looking at people like Ethiopia, DRC, or maybe even Tanzania. Those ones are growing faster than South Africa. These are bigger nations and bigger populations. But yet we're talking about it because the only reason why we talk about South Africa is because people are there. That is the only reason. Hausa population.
They've been left a great infrastructure.
Do you know that the Hausa population in Nigeria is more than the whole southern African countries put together? Just the Hausa population. And these are the people they are saying they want to wait. No, actually, it is. The Hausa population in Nigeria that is about 70 million is more than the whole southern African population. Namibia, Botswana, all of them put together. And these are the countries that are weighing ourselves with them. And that's what pisses me off, that our people have brought themselves so low that we are even equating ourselves with South Africa right now. We should be talking about other situations. And you know what South Africa did that we didn't pay attention to? When they mentioned SADC nations are not Southern African nations. Many of them, the original ones were Southern African nations that were very, very small. Then they went to Mozambique, which is East African. They went to Tanzania. They went to Angola. Even the RC is SADC. Why is Nigeria restricting itself to only this country? Why are we not taking Cameroon? Why are we not taking Central African Republic and included them as part of our influence, sphere of influence? But Nigeria has brought itself so low.
But this is you're going to where I think. You're going to the areas that's how I think. Nigeria and ECOWAS should be one. That landmass, including Cameroon and the Francophone countries, which I've stated many times, should be one economic base. one economic base under the same currency and the same economic and security platform. Then you will see something that is actually manifesting in the growth and position of Africa in the world.
Let's not go there, beg.
We're there already, Joe. We're there.
Okay, let's just round up there. Thank you so much for coming in. You came to enhance, and even AY, who was ordinarily wasn't going to come in, but he said to come in because of Mr. Jagun.
No, he wanted to defend you. He wanted to defend you.
No, he didn't come to defend me. He came to tell you the truth. But you know, secret.
That's defending you now. You are saying that you have the truth. It's okay.
No, listen. My point is clear. I didn't say whatever you say was not correct. I'm simply trying to draw the roadmap of where we are. And you see, so I'm not someone who would like to come and say I did that, but I'm not a pushover. I have done my best in my own part of development in Nigeria. Okay, so I'm not someone who will say I didn't. No, I did my best, and now I want to just rest. Make I leave the rest for when I sabi how to do them now. Okay. Now, having said that, the discussion has been very robust, and I thank all of you for the areas you've looked at it. We are not going to stop talking about these things because we are not close to the finishing line. If you look at what has happened in Osun State, you know that we're not close to the finishing line at all, because people are still celebrating the fact that things are not done right, but they are celebrating that somebody, they did their best, and another person did their best, and all the best we're talking about is something that is not done according to the law that Nigeria has put in her constitution. So what best are we talking about here? You see, there's no best way to come. We can never circumvent becoming a country that chooses best practice. If we don't do best practice, we will continuously to cut corners and keep going around the circle for many, many years. And we still not be able to get the result. We're now in a nation where even, look, the truth is, those of you who are relatives, you all came from a village. Find out how many people in your community, very hardworking guys, who are there. Why are they not succeeding? Is that nobody's seen them to offer them positions and all the rest? There are people who have great certificates. They don't have opportunities. They even fought for the opportunities. They're not getting it. So I don't know what else. You see, I'm not discussing abstract because I've been in the mix for many years and I've seen what has happened. And I'm not somebody to say I am somebody who go and sit down, close my eye, put my hand on my head and wait for people to give me, fallouts. No. When I served the National Council of Arts and Culture, I started the first national troupe in that state, in that place. I went there, I created. I go and see, I create. People today are working there. They are in that place. It was during my service that I started that. I'm not working there. I didn't decide to work there. So what I'm saying is simply that opportunities are created in other clients. So such people, government see them, they are assisted. Okay? But in our own, your brother, your sister go so far. Look, there are many young men and women who are spectacular designers. And they are doing this thing with ordinary machine. Those check-up machine. How many government grants are there for them to be able to establish? This is what we're talking about. It's not when you have finished feeding yourself, you now begin to look for how to now change the system. At the time we're talking about, when these people came into power, they had the way with all. They had the money. Remember, this was the time where Nigeria said we didn't know. They created an Udoji commission to make sure that money, more money is distributed across. But now we're even struggling. So tell me, is there anybody who, except for those who are well-to-do, who leaves the Nigerian University below the age of 23? None. Most times, look, ASU is even preparing to go on strike now. I have a friend who spent 6 years in Unijos, 6 years to do a 4 years course. Why? That 6 years is not part of his life. If he came into the university when he was 18, add 6 years to it. That is minus NYSC. Before you now come and start planning to settle down. If he wanted to do a master's and he goes back, so tell me when he will now come and be like Nzogu, who will now be able to contest. I'm simply saying the system they know what they are doing. They built into it. Now, if we here now say, okay, we want forefather to go and contest for local government chairman in his place, you know that if we don't raise up to ₦1 billion, he will not be able to make it. Because when he gets to the local government, he has to put offices in every of the ward and put one staff and one furniture and some, documents, what stationaries. Okay, I have to run it for 6 months before election. Tell me, where is he going to get that kind of money from? But he's a brilliant youth. He has the way without. We know that he knows what he's doing.
That's what organization is about. But I hear you. There's nothing. I take nothing you're saying as wrong. All I'm saying is,
hold on, sir. But Wike's son is going to contest for Obiakpo local government area. He just left NYSC. You get what I'm saying?
Well, of course. As I said, there's nothing that you're saying that is new. The only thing that we don't have as new is how to react to this oppression that we are suffering. How do we react? That is my question.
I don't think there's going to be any reaction anytime soon.
Well, there you go.
The reason why is because when people feel something is improving, even if it's not significant, they don't generally go on and destroy the system. They give it a benefit of the doubt. From my observation, from reading of the Tiananmen Square protests and everything, what those people went and did during that time, they didn't fully grasp what was going on in China during that time. Today, you will never see something like that because China has gone on to develop massively. You see that? But they had the power. They were willing to die for tanks to run over them. The government that ran over them with those tanks are the ones that built this country that they are in today. So it's not always clear cut. In the midst of
okay, let me put this to you.
Sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying so you understand.
I do.
This is the first time in Nigeria that in Nigerian refineries are putting 600 and something barrels a day. This is one of the first times in Nigeria where they don't have fuel subsidies going this is true. Universities have been relatively stable. Fuel scarcity is not being experienced anymore. Many Nigerians, we may not notice it, they are working overseas. They're working with people overseas, getting money from the internet and all these other things. To expect these people to show up on the street, many of them are signed up. They are the people rigging the elections. They are the ones doing all those things. Many of them are signed on to that lifestyle. That is
do you give Nigeria the benefit of the doubt?
In what sense?
In the sense that you're speaking, that you said that you compared it with China, and I understand completely what you're saying. With the whole Tiananmen Square and what China went on to do, regardless. China had a plan, and we can see that. Those of us who aren't Chinese actually could see China had a plan. As much as it was extremely different than the West, extremely different.
All right, we need to run. I'm telling you, it's fine.
What I see is improvement. That's the commonality. It doesn't mean that our own system is anything like the Chinese. Ours is not sustainable, but the Chinese one is. But
there you go. There you go.
Don't fight the system. They don't fight the system.
This is why the comparison, I believe, is wrong. Sorry, KJ, I do beg your pardon. This is why I believe the comparison is wrong. And this is why our own construction of the way forward needs to be formulated. It needs to come to the fore. Africa is in desperate trouble whilst it's carrying the whole world on its back. There are advantages that we have, and then there are disadvantages that we have. If somebody doesn't begin to qualify these things and put them into instrumentation, then we continue suffering. It's very simple.
I agree with you. And you see, forefather, why China worked is because China oppress their law. Nobody breaks the law and gets away free, no matter who you are.
There you go.
So, because the people obey the law and follow it to the letter, people were kind of restricted. It's not as if it was totally eradicated, but it was reduced to a very low level that the country can now be able to forge ahead. Our own, the monies are stolen by everybody. We are operating, as we talk, we are operating three budget years. 2024.
I agree with you on that, but don't expect people to fight the system that is improving. That is the problem.
They say we are making more money where our foreign reserve have grown, but you are still borrowing more money. So where are the monies? Where are the monies? You are borrowing, yet you say your economy is growing, everything, economic stability, your foreign reserve is high, is at the highest. Why are you still borrowing money? Anyway, you see, this conversation is not going to stop. I don't know if Fofala is ready to start another stream.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
KJ, 30 seconds. Let me say something.
Okay, please, 30 seconds only.
Yeah, like Fofada said.
Hours. I want to
Fofada actually disagree with you. The system is not improving. No. See, for Nigeria system to even improve, we need to kill corruption. We need to kill corruption, like KJ said. We need to have rule of law in the country that will work for everyone, because for Nigeria system to improve, hold on. For Nigeria system to, there is no transparency. For Nigeria system to improve,
but corruption is coming down. You can attest to it yourself when you go to Nigeria.
It's not coming down. It's not.
How many times do police people ask you for money? Is it as high as?
Is it only police? We are talking of the bigger corruption going on in the government.
Yeah, you see, but you are.
Even police are still asking for money. What do you mean? There is no improvement.
They are asking.
Okay, fine. You know, a lot of you left Nigeria long ago. You don't understand where this country is
I was in Nigeria a few months and I'm going to be there again.
You don't understand the system. Listen, let me say this one last thing. For Nigeria to improve, you actually need leadership that is far less corrupt, that is deliberate about rebuilding the system. You need to rebuild all the institutions, even the education. Education you're talking about now is nonsense. The so-called top schools in Nigeria, like all the federal big schools, go there and see what is going on. So we need a complete paradigm shift for that system to change. So sincerely,
let me ask you, 15 years ago, if you go to Nigeria, you're driving on the road, airports, everywhere, compared to how many times people stop you to ask you for money and how persistent they are that you give them the money versus today, which one is higher?
It's higher today. Even right now, even kidnappers.
Then you're not.
Hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. You don't even have rules to drive.
It's not
right
true.
Now. Hold on. Let me say this. Don't worry. Apart from that, see, 20 years ago in Nigeria, we were still traveling at night. You travel at night. You're not scared of anything. You get to from north to Lagos. You get.
But that's security issue. We're talking about corruption. That's security issue.
But security issue is part of the problem.
It's part of it.
I said corruption.
A bigger problem.
It's a part of
corruption? It's part of the corruption now.
If you are talking about security issues, of course, it's gotten worse in many ways.
Why do we have security issues? It's
that.
because of corruption. That's what we say.
Yeah, but you have to realize that most people don't experience insecurity. Most people are just busy going, working, experiencing less scarcity.
Bro, everybody is experiencing
not on
security.
strike.
Even in villages now, they are kidnapping people. People are experiencing security everywhere.
I know that. But see, if you go on the ground, that's not how it appears. I'm
Bro,
telling you.
I was also in Nigeria.
How else? Your thinking is that the people should be coming out on strike, but you are not noticing all the things that people are doing to make a living. There's Uber. There's people when they want to go to work, they will have somebody call them for Uber, then they will get money, get paid to go to work. You don't know how Nigerians are hustling. If you say I don't know Nigeria, I've been in there.
Hustling, but we are talking of the system. Nigeria, people have to hustle no matter what to survive. But the system is not working.
In terms of strategic term, the system has barely moved. That is true. If you want to call that one. But I'm telling you, what people notice every day, that part is not enough for them to just go on the street and burn everything down. I can tell you that.
Let me tell you, I just got in. Even in Abuja now, the security in Abuja is getting worse right now. Ask people in Abuja. This is a fact. We have to sincerely.
I don't know. I wouldn't
say
what it was.
You know you are a big man. I'm not a big man.
I live in poor areas. I'm telling you. The dogs there at night. You don't know they have vigilantes everywhere in Abuja. And police I don't know why
Colonel Ude was adopted in his house
in his house in Abuja.
Inside the estate.
And he was spy.
Yes.
Shame.
So
right
as I'm talking to you, I'm talking to Jagu now. The youth that are pulling their weight. The youth just pulled his weight in Niger Delta and went to report that the road that they did was wrong. He just did a video of it.
What they did with that guy was absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, you know it. Okay.
Yes, I know it.
You've seen it. They're flogging the daylight out of him.
It was just a show of stupid. I don't even know what to call it.
They're only pitying him, they're flogging him. They can do him, they can tie him, nothing will happen. That is where we are. So in that situation, you don't want to waste your life for nothing, my brother. You don't want
to. In terms of what? No. You see, that's again part of the corruption. Because by the time somebody in my village puts his neck out like that,
yes,
I'm going to organize the whole village to come behind that man and let's see.
Jago, Nigerians went through hell 3 years ago, 2 years ago. They didn't fight then. They didn't fight then. It's now.
I hear what you're saying now. No, look, it's not that I don't hear.
Petrol and all this. You have to be realistic,
gentlemen.
No. I hear what you're saying, but because we as Nigerians have become weaker and weaker in terms of resisting any wrongdoing, that we only have ourselves to blame for that. We can't say, I no go die, oh, don't let my Pekin die. Oh. That attitude, I'm afraid, is not what the Iranians don't speak like that. By the time their child dies, they will praise Allah to say that my child is now become a martyr. You understand? That's the difference.
But again, I want to tell you that what you are painting is not truly of Nigeria. Now, the southeastern states, when they went to war,
What's better?
Hold on.
You're not doing that thing.
I'm giving you examples of people who have faced the bullets.
All except you, Abi.
Hold on. I'm coming now. Hold on. Some days ago, the terrorists entered part of Benue. The people followed them without any arm. So we have people who are brave enough to do that. The question is, if you don't come back, will your people continue the fight, or will they relax and say, you just gave your life for nothing? Nobody will not appreciate dying for something, but when you die and your people don't continue with it,
You're right. I agree. You're not going to find disagreement with me upon that issue. I agree. All I'm saying is that, unfortunately, that is the attitude that we have. And that is the same attitude that is killing us. Because in different nations, in different countries across the world, that is not their attitude. The way I grew up, the attitude of this Southeast London where I'm from, in terms of where I grew up, our attitude is to be rebellious. Our attitude is to not be taught nonsense by the teacher. I'm telling you, that's how I grew up. So we are fighters where we come from in terms of the London corner of black people that I come from. The forefathers may not know. This area called Southeast London, Lewisham, where I'm from, it was the first place that the NF, the National Front Party of Lewisham, they wanted to walk through Lewisham and create havoc and feel free. Bruh, if you see the way we came out, we stopped them in Lewisham. We did that. We did it. Nobody else.
Maybe you should go to. Maybe you should come back to Nigeria and stop them.
All right. Let's now invite. Any day you are ready, let me know. I'll pay your ticket back to go and show them what.
Okay.
Yes. All right. I will say that on this faithful note, we have to call, draw the curtains. And
sorry. Let me just say one last thing. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do the right things to put your country on a better footing. But I'm just saying that you also have to be aware. Don't get frustrated when you don't see people show up on the street. There's a reason for it.
Okay. From this forefather going to Nigeria to go and flex and coming back, I would like to say thank you so much, everybody. It's been a good and a very, very heartwarming discussion.
And fights and dogs live to fight another day.
Yes, so it's been a good discussion. Listen, we are just trying to see the best way forward for this great nation. It's only that it's either we make it or we break it. But I would prefer that we make it, because the more the merrier. Nobody who doesn't like big things. You know, yeah, I like to travel from Port Harcourt to Sokoto and Sokoto to Lagos and all that. But if we cannot be together as a people who love one another, even if we don't love one another, let's put a rule and regulation that can govern everybody. And let's stick by the rules that were made. Mode of operation, MOU. By that, whether we in the next 20, 30 years will be able to again be able to be friends, will be able to work together and all that. And I don't think the problem is within the Nigerian citizen itself, the ordinary citizen in the streets. I think the problem is with the elites who, when they feel they have lost in election or positions, and then they'll use the religion as they are trying to use now to divide the people further, or they use the tribe as they're trying to do now to divide the people further. It may interest you to know that I read a commentary today, and somebody was saying that imagine a man born of an Igbo woman being elected twice in Yoruba land. That how did this happen? This is what this Adeleke, who is not even have an Igbo name. Somebody is saying, imagine his mother is Igbo, and they've been elected. It's a taboo in Yoruba land. It never happened.
That's a rubbish comment.
If we interrogate,
did Adeleke say that?
No, somebody said
somebody was saying about him.
Nigeria are crazy people, man.
So, this is a who has children.
Was it Kolata that said it? It could be Kolata, you know.
No.
It's a comment that was on the internet. It was trending on the internet, and there are people supporting him and saying, yes, OTO. Well, how do you allow this thing to happen? This man is Yoruba. It's a pity. And these people are all living in a foreign land where they don't even have relatives, and they are giving them opportunity to play. So it's where are we going to stop? Where are we going to stop? Well, that's our discussion for today, and I thank every one of you. Tokwe, we thank you. Blackstone, we thank you. You guys made our day. I didn't know how Fofa was going to drink coffee if people didn't even do this. Although Rudolph said we don't even have enough money to drink coffee now. So please, guys, before you go, if it's $5, throw it in. If it's $1, throw it in. Whatever you have, throw it in. Please like and share. The sustainability of this channel is for what you guys are able to help us put together. Right now is Dr. Damages and a few others that are picking the bills. It will be good if you guys can also help us. By the way, we spend quality time here.
You're quite right, KJ. And it should be dollars that people are spending, because, to be honest, the British people on this platform are who they should be paying to be here, almost for the value that we had. I want bloody America.
Sincerely, British people, they really try.
I agree with you.
Nigeria.
Yeah, you
Masca
guys
is number one. Ratios, I don't see him again.
Thank you, people, so much. You see, we can open the channel and not have nobody here. It wouldn't be the same thing as having you guys here and those on the comment section. The guys on the comment section are great. They're always here with us, and many of you, I cannot call your names because we're already above 5 hours. So God bless you all, and look, I pray that God will lead all of you through the week. Blessings going forward and coming in. The enemy will not see you. You are in front. They are very far away from you, and you are behind. They are very far away in front from you, and all your plans will come true. Just keep your hands clean and your mind pure, and you have no problem. God bless all of you.
Good prayer, brother.
And and we'll see again by the grace of God next week, with Forefather coming in as usual, and the Damages kicking it off, and then of course we'll have a Sunday.
Even for atheist infidel like Forefather, I will not believe in anything there. Almost Forefather only believe in the flesh and the physical.
The problem is that those people you think don't believe anything, they may be deceiving you.
They do, of course. KJ, they are deceiving. What you hear?
Of course, I believe in. You see, the problem is that you guys think the flesh is not spiritual. That's the problem.
I don't believe
it can't be, not from the point of view of a believer. The point of view of a believer is that the flesh divine. Is the house of the spirit. So,
of what of the unknown, you mean? you have no clue what the spirit is. He just says spirit.
Well, this is where
This is the problem.
you go. This is where you go awfully wrong and turn
You
back
see,
into
they don't
an
know what the
atheist.
spirit is.
Before you will take
They
us
just say the
another,
spirit. You don't know where he exists.
we like to call it off here. Thank you so much,
All right.
everybody. Have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
KJ.